Сейчас в программе для кайфуцы.
What's going on? We can find out. I'll talk to you.
Our timing was that what is together, we start from okay. See as if we are assistant. I'm telling you, change.
Let me check it. Yeah. We've got a presentation again. Yes.
I have one.
So Charles is the one. We even flag off. So yours, yeah.
Yeah, I asked him. Yeah. Thank you.
Change. Let me find
So when you last time.
yes, that's what last time, and then you're able to manage. Yeah.
All right. So this one could be conducted today. Just one. Either way, I think I'm good.
Sure.
I think
What time?
Sure. Okay.
the other one.
No, he's that. He's on. Yes, sir. To write it. Are you writing anyone to? Today. Are you just trying like 2 days out?
Yeah.
You're right. You should just get a staff card.
I am.
Don't say an open port.
Okay. Which plug are you using? I need to do my email sometime. That's so can yeah, I went upstairs. Yes. Sure. In a jacket, I'm not to around. Hey, so they say that's
Yeah, just press.
but will you give me a room?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, please. All right.
Yes.
But on my plug extension.
Oh, the one we intended to have. Oh, only. Let's wait for you to start. You have his numbers. Let's have. Sure.
How are you? Very well. Yes.
You give me a space.
Yes. Sorry.
Right up?
Yes. This is for I don't want Oh, that's all. Towards me, towards the other side.
Yes, the present is something. It is that. But if you don't see the fence, another one. Hey, no hay one. Yeah. Mas dan nanti stuff for you on a bit more. Okay, what I It's up to be chilly. Yeah. Yeah, just saved like something down.
This is just two rooms. It's gonna last. You just call
And I grew up.
And it's saying
It's like
Maybe today. No, yo no sé, pero tienen las que Francis Knight.
excuse us.
That's when I grew up. Yeah. And in this type of things, it's like 1, 3,
Like it's in the middle, you making it.
Doing some content.
Hey, how are you? Jefferson. It's good to see you. You're going so far.
I'm
Tired. You
I've been tired.
you had to be there for dinner.
It's arranged here.
Hey.
This is business goes for you today.
Shame.
One of those.
Me, I was like, out.
All right. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna start and finish dancing.
Will baby,
That's my usual.
I'm there something. Just I'm my bag is soft.
He's in. Like the
All this here.
yeah. This one I've seen him having late. Just clear presentations. You know. The institutional reforms so did see his name right there.
This is the one.
This today.
Oh, this is today. Oh,
And I just
also, you are from production.
with the drum meetings. That time. So, see this? That's what the point is.
Let's find out if just
Yeah. This one, him is there. I don't know if it's the project. Let's see you leaving. Even him is there.
Let's go.
After sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Et je voudrais m'assurer que l'interprétation marche, s'il vous plaît. C'est bon? Vous me suivez, les interprètes, ça marche? Les équipements?
Oh, yes, it's working. English, it's working. All is well. We can hear you.
Très honorable président du Parlement panafricain.
The Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, members of Bureau, members of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable President of National, or Speakers of National Assemblies, clerks and Executive Secretary of AFCFTA, the representative of the Department in charge of Energy of the African Union Commission, honorable members, good morning. I would like to start by expressing our apologies for the unfortunate situation that we had this morning. This technical glitch that we had this morning, it's quite independent, or it's we just want to say that we have a team that is working hard to make sure that this doesn't occur again during this session. Our agenda this morning has presentations. Before the first presentation, may I crave your indulgence to request the technical team to play a recording on AFCFTA. After this recording, we'll now move on to the first presentation that will be done by the Executive Secretary of the AFCFTA, who is now present with us. Please, the technical team, if you're ready, you can now play the recording.
The Committee of Foreign Ministers, officials and experts should be empowered to establish 1. A commission to frame a constitution for the Union Government of African States. 2. A commission to work out a continent-wide plan for a united or common economic and industrial program for Africa. This plan should include for setting up a common market for Africa, an African currency, African monetary zone, an African central bank, a continental communication system.
It is important to acknowledge that the desire to establish a common market on the African continent in the goal to attain economic integration have been expressed by our forebears who laid the foundation for the face of trade today. The launch of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, marks an important milestone in Africa's long history of regional integration, as it is the largest free trade area since the formation of the World Trade Organization, WTO. A key objective of the AFCFTA is to create a single Pan-African market for goods and services by eliminating trade barriers and boost intra-Africa trade while ensuring free movement of business persons and of capital. The AFCFTA was created to transform the lives of Africans, where for the very first time since the end of colonialism, we have an instrument to regulate trade among African countries. Africa has been marginalized from global trade for many, many years, with a participation of less than 3%. Yet, we export over 80% outside of our continent. The time has come to own our narrative. This is the only opportunity we have to lift millions and millions of Africans out of poverty. With the AFCFTA, we have succeeded in sending products from East Africa, North Africa, and Central Africa to West Africa at reduced tariffs.
En sorte également que le marché africain soit le marché des Africains. Produire en Afrique, transformer en Afrique et consommer en Afrique. Produisons ce dont nous avons besoin et consommons ce que nous produisons au lieu d'importer.
The AFCFTA entered into force in 2019 and has achieved significant milestones. The AFCFTA currently has close to 50 state parties. The Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, in collaboration with Afreximbank, has been rolled out with over 60 banks and 9 commercial banks joining the system so far. The platform is a cross-border financial market infrastructure enabling payment transactions across Africa. AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, in partnership with Afreximbank, has been established and aims at mitigating the negative impact of lost tariff revenue and other near-term effects of state parties in the implementation of the AFCFTA. The AFCFTA e-tariff book has been created and is available online to all. It is a web-based electronic tariff book containing updated schedules of tariff concessions aiming to facilitate the publication of information on rates of duty applied by AFCFTA state parties under their schedules of tariff concessions. The AFCFTA Rules of Origin Manual has been finalized and published. It covers the provisions governing the determination of the origin status of goods under the agreement. It enables economic actors ascertain the origin of the goods they will be trading across the continent. The AFCFTA Guided Trade was launched and initiated trade amongst 7 state parties with 96 goods with the support of the Secretariat. The objective of this initiative was to showcase that trading under the AFCFTA is possible and the necessary tools to enable that are available. The vision of our leaders 70 years ago is being brought to light in an Africa where women and young people can aspire to expand their horizons of opportunities beyond their borders. For the very first time, a legal framework will enable businesses to settle their disputes thanks to a dispute settlement body when trading with another country. The AFCFTA has opened Africa for investments while providing regulatory measures. This new era of trading is digitizing trade and promoting financial inclusion. It will take each and every African to make the AFCFTA work. We are creating one African market. The Africa we want is here. Let's accelerate the implementation of the AFCFTA.
Merci. Après cette vidéo qui...
Thank you. After this video feed that refreshes our memory on AFCFTA, I would like to urge the president of ZLECAf, the executive secretary of ZLECAf, to come and say a word, or the president of AFCFTA to come and say a word before the presentation of the executive secretary of AFCFTA.
Je reprends ce que je disais tantôt.
May I repeat what I said a while ago? I said that before the presentation of the Secretary General of AFCFTA, I now urge the president of PAP to come and introduce this morning's session. I hope that it was clear. Mr. President, please, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, our heads of legislative organs, speakers, President of the Senate, deputies, presiding officers, honorable members, and other invited guests. I was sitting here almost an hour, very, very dejected and disappointed by what happened with regard to the outage of electricity. Waiting patiently, or maybe impatiently. But it also reminded me something about leadership, the virtues of leadership. That leaders sometimes need to be patient. It was a situation where even you could have exploded to say, look, we can't come here to sit in the dark. And I want to thank you for your patience. You have demonstrated huge leadership. If it were some people of a junior level to you, some category of other status, I think there would have been noise by now. It's clear that we have real leaders in this room. It also reminded me of this popular topic of emotional intelligence. The whole situation was potentially emotional, but the coolness of our leadership in this room has humbled me. And I want to thank you, all of you, I'm thanking you for keeping cool. So can you also do what I'm doing so that you show that you are listening? Yes, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being patient. Let's get back to the rails now and move. Today is also very promising like yesterday. Despite the disrupted start, we have the topic on AFCTA coming now. We will have the topic on education and climate change coming later. And I assure you we'll try to do justice to all the topics. May I now invite His Excellency Wamukele Mene, CEO, Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I know he's Dr. His Excellency Wamukele Mene. Please come forward to deliver your messages. I thank you. I know we will. Yes. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President, for the warm welcome. President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Pan-African Parliament Bureau, national speakers of various parliaments, members of the diplomatic corps. It is a pleasure to be with you again today, and I want to express my profound appreciation to President Charumbira for inviting the AFCFTA Secretariat to be with you over the last 2 days this week. The AFCFTA, as you may be aware, has been ratified as we speak by 48 countries. In the West African region, only one country has not ratified, and that is Benin. In Eastern Africa, South Sudan, Sudan, and Madagascar have not yet ratified. In North Africa, Libya has also not yet ratified the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. There is one member of the African Union that has not signed the agreement, and that is
Okay. I think we'll proceed. Mine is okay.
okay. Thank you very much, President. The number of countries that I was mentioning who have not yet signed the agreement, and those who have not yet ratified, relative to the 55 members of the African Union, is, of course, relatively small. However, we are working at the highest political level with these countries to ensure that they move towards ratification, and the country that has not signed, that country moves towards signature of the AFCFTA. As you know, national speakers and honorable members, intra-Africa trade is critical for our economic growth and prosperity as a continent. It serves as a key driver for job creation, a key driver for competitiveness, and of course, for achieving economies of scale. With the AFCFTA, our ambition is to fundamentally transform how Africa trades with herself, substantially increasing trade amongst ourselves, accelerating our industrial development, and creating significant employment opportunities for young people. I am very pleased to report to you that we continue to make progress in these very critical challenges of industrial development, accelerating intra-Africa trade. I mentioned that already as a demonstration of the progress that we have made. Already there are 48 ratifications. All of the protocols of the agreement have been concluded, and therefore the progress that has been made under the leadership of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government in less than 5 years is indeed impressive. However, much needs to be done. A clear indicator of this progress is the increasing number of countries that are trading under the rules of the AFCFTA. In October 2022, 7 countries started trading under the rules of the AFCFTA. As we speak today, in October this year, there will be 39 countries that will be trading under the rules of the AFCFTA. And as they trade, the products that they trade in will range from manufactured goods to value-added agricultural products. Recent data by Afreximbank indicates that intra-Africa trade reached $192 billion in 2023, marking a 3.2% increase from the previous year, despite the global economic challenges. This growth raised the share of intra-Africa trade from 13% in 2022 to almost 15% in 2023, reflecting a resilient expansion driven by concerted efforts across the continent and the ongoing implementation of the AFCFTA. It is important to note that the same report identifies an estimated export potential of over $70 billion in Africa, meaning that the opportunities created by the AFCFTA to accelerate intra-Africa trade are indeed within our reach. Where we realize these opportunities, the potential would increase the total intra-Africa trade to approximately $260 billion, representing 36% of Africa's total trade. Achieving this potential would not only increase intra-Africa trade volumes, but also significantly deepen and accelerate economic integration across the African continent. All of this underscores the transformative power of the AFCFTA in facilitating more diversified and robust economic linkages across members of the African Union. I mentioned earlier the protocols that have been concluded. One of the recent protocols that was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government during the 37th ordinary session that was convened in February this year is the adoption of the Protocol on Digital Trade and the adoption of the Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade. The AFCFTA protocols read together establish a very strong foundation for us as Africans to boost intra-Africa trade, to create jobs, to trade in value-added production using rules that we ourselves negotiated. The Protocol on Digital Trade positions the African continent and Africa's economy for transformation, inclusive growth, and of course, prepares the continent for the fourth industrial revolution. The Protocol on Digital Trade includes very important aspects of Africa's digital economy, including the establishment of an environment for digital infrastructure investment, a seamless cross-border payments platform, and the movement of data across borders to ensure the commercialization of data. Estimates by the International Finance Corporation are that by the year 2025, Africa's digital economy is projected to reach $180 billion. This is an opportunity for us to create jobs, innovation, and to position young people to benefit from Africa's digital economy. The Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade is a protocol that all of us as Africans should be extremely proud of, being the first of its kind that moves our continent from merely expressions of aspirations about creating equality of opportunity for women-led businesses, as well as youth-led businesses, transforming this aspiration into legally binding obligations for elimination of barriers that women and young people face as they trade and do business across the markets of our continent. In the area of rules of origin, or developing rules for local content, I'm pleased to report to you that over 92% of rules of origin has been agreed upon by the Ministers of Trade and adopted by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. This means that an economic operator across the 48 state parties of the AFCFTA is now in a position to expand their market based on a single set of rules for trade. The two areas that are still subject to ongoing negotiations are the automotive sector and textiles and clothing. I am confident that by the end of this year, the Ministers of Trade will reach consensus on these two outstanding areas of the auto sector as well as textiles and clothing. We have identified a private sector strategy which the Assembly of Heads of States and Government adopted. And in accordance with this private sector strategy, we're working to support intra-Africa trade in a number of countries. Some of the projects that we have already embarked on under this private sector strategy include a large-scale agriculture production facility in Zimbabwe, food parks in Angola, a modern food reserve system in Ethiopia, value-added cocoa processing in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, and identifying meat value chains in Botswana and Namibia. A critical aspect of this private sector strategy is enhancing our production of pharmaceuticals. As you may be aware, in 2019, the African continent imported $20.6 billion worth of pharmaceuticals from around the world. Working with the Africa CDC and other stakeholders within the family of the African Union, we are determined to collectively devise tools for import substitution of these pharmaceutical products to ensure that they are manufactured and traded here on the African continent. In this regard, the Protocol on Intellectual Property Rights is a very important lever to ensure that we accelerate local production of generic drugs here on the African continent. It was mentioned earlier in the video that we circulated that we have developed tools to enable accelerated trade. Allow me a few minutes to mention some of these tools. The first important tool that we introduced is a Pan-African payment and settlement system, which enables trade in local currency. The cost of currency convertibility, when us as Africans wish to trade amongst ourselves, we estimate it to be over $5 billion annually. With the Pan-African payment and settlement system, which has now been adopted by over 15 central banks in Africa and over 125 commercial banks, we are well poised to address this challenge of the cost of currency convertibility when we wish to trade. Going forward, any African business that wishes to trade across borders will have access to a digital tool to enable trading in local currency at reduced costs and instantaneous transactions. A second important tool that we have developed along with Afreximbank is the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund. The AfCFTA Adjustment Fund already has a capitalization of $1.2 billion. We have committed with Afreximbank to raise up to $10 billion to ensure that all state parties to the agreement establishing the AfCFTA, that they have the requisite support as they seek to adjust and to trade under the rules of the AfCFTA. A third important tool that we introduced, realizing the importance of industrial development in Africa, is a facility of $1.2 billion for the auto sector. For those countries in the African continent who wish to leverage on the components manufacturing of vehicles, on assembly of vehicles, to leverage to accelerate industrial development in their regions and countries, this facility is already open for access. We have also introduced the electronic tariff book, which enables an economic operator to know with certainty the duty or the tariff that applies to the products which they wish to trade across borders. Finally, we have introduced AfCFTA trading companies. And these trading companies enable aggregation of products for export and import. This should greatly assist smallholder farmers, young entrepreneurs, and small and medium enterprises who do not have the capacity to scale, but for these trading companies that have been established. We have already committed with Afreximbank to support these trading companies by up to $750 billion. And thus far, trading companies that have been established are in Ghana, Egypt, Kenya, and soon in Nigeria. As much as we have made progress in the implementation of the AfCFTA, challenges remain. The cost of transport and logistics in Africa continues to be high, and so we have to work with our development finance institutions to mobilize the requisite support to ensure the reduction of the cost of transport and logistics. A second challenge is the cost of trade finance, which continues to be high, and this high cost of trade finance is a barrier to many small medium enterprises and youthful entrepreneurs taking advantage of the market that the AFCFTA presents. Again, here we will have to rely working with our development finance institutions and our commercial banks to ensure that trade finance is accessed at affordable rates and also makes a difference that all of us would like to see in terms of accessing new markets. We also face a continued challenge in the lack of movement in the protocol, in terms of the protocol on movement of persons. The protocol on movement of persons has been ratified by only 4 countries. And so from the point of view of boosting intra-Africa trade, we urge our national parliaments to accelerate the ratification of the protocol on movement of persons so that all of us can see the gains of intra-Africa trade when business people move across borders to conduct business and trade. As I conclude, President and honorable members of parliaments, let me underscore the importance of the Pan-African Parliament in the work that we do. And in this regard, I want to appreciate the President's leadership for inviting us and for having the vision to understand that the AFCFTA will only succeed if it has support from bodies such as the Pan-African Parliament. The full realization of our vision of the AFCFTA hinges on ratification and domestication of all of these protocols that our Assembly of Heads of States and Government have already adopted at their level. National parliaments are indispensable to the domestication process of AFCFTA protocols. Your involvement is crucial for adopting the necessary legislative measures to bring these protocols into force, enabling our countries, our SMEs, our young people to benefit from the economic integration of our continent. This shall require lawmakers across the continent to prioritize AFCFTA ratification and implementation where it still needs to be done. We shall work with you as members of the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that there is alignment of national laws with the provisions of the AFCFTA that have already been adopted at that level of the African Union. We therefore wish to appeal to you, honorable members of parliaments and national speakers, to do the following, to collaborate with us to achieve the following. 1, to ensure full ratification of the AFCFTA, building on the current 48 ratifications. 2nd, to advocate for increased funding for AFCFTA implementation process through the national budget processes. 3rd, to encourage member states to increase their contribution to the African Union's Economic Integration Funding Facility, which to date, I am saddened to say, is overwhelmingly funded by countries outside of Africa. And 4th, to promote active participation in the AFCFTA implementation, especially amongst young people and small medium enterprises that are led by women. Finally, to establish a mechanism, a continued platform for the AFCFTA and the Pan-African Parliament to engage and to seek solutions to some of the challenges that I pointed out earlier. As I said earlier, whilst we have achieved significant progress, there remains much to be done. The success of the AFCFTA is closely linked to the support and collaboration of this very important institution, the Pan-African Parliament. This esteemed assembly plays a unique and strategic role in legislative oversight and functions at national level that are coordinated at a continental level. We therefore have a very opportune moment ahead of us, and I would urge that we seize this moment to take full advantage of the AFCFTA, to collaborate and to actively participate in its implementation. I want to once again thank all of you very much for inviting me, and I wish all of us good deliberations over the last 2 days. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency, the AFCFTA CEO, for his brilliant presentation. You have shared very interesting information about the progress achieved by AFCFTA, the objectives of promotion and implementation of AFCFTA, role and challenges faced by AFCFTA in its implementation, and the role of the Pan-African Parliament. And at the same time, you've also appealed for collaboration and follow-up for the benefit of the very honorable members of the African Parliament, while urging them to work with you for the implementation of this continental instrument whose importance is obvious. And I think that this information has been shared at the right place and it has been well taken. I'd like to now invite the President of the Pan-African Parliament, who will give us some guidance on the procedure to follow for the debate after the presentation you've just given us. Your Excellency, Mr. President of PAP, I would like to invite you to come to the high table to chair the discussions or the debate on this matter. Thank you.
May I invite the presenter to come and sit. Your Excellencies, I think it's proper that we give another louder applause to the presenter. I've received how many I've received from Honorable Sinzogangela, Burundi. I've received from Chad, Chani, from Excellency Kalu. On behalf of the Speaker of Kenya, Mngatana, Somalia, Isaac Ibrahim, Jeno Nyambuya, Advocate Mdenda, Mabuza, Swatini, Burundi, Ntaka, Rutimana. So far, these have expressed interest to take the floor. Burundi, Honorable Sinzogangela Emmanuel.
Merci beaucoup,
I thank you, Mr. President.
Speaker or your designation, it helps us.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I am the President of the Senate of Burundi. First of all, I'd like to thank the CEO of AFCFTA for his presentation. A very brilliant presentation indeed. I will not take too much of your time. Yesterday, one of my colleagues spoke about the challenge we face in Africa with the absence of media to market the image of Africa or the history of Africa. And unfortunately, this is portrayed by other medias like BBC, France 24, etc., which of course is a major challenge for us. Mr. CEO, I would like to take you back to one part of your presentation regarding the currency for transactions. As you all know, in fact, even in your presentation, when you were talking about the level of trade, you talk in terms of billions of dollars. And unfortunately, this is a major challenge for us because we have to make sure that we promote a trade between African countries. Luckily, in your presentation, you said that you've developed a tool by virtue of which payments and transactions could be done in local currencies. I would like to request you to tell us a little more about this. I'm really interested in this since the tools which our partners have helped us develop have actually led to payments in dollars or euros. And this, of course, is an obstacle for trade between African countries. Very often, I wonder why we have to trade in foreign currencies. For example, a product which is sold by Zimbabwe or Namibia in another country, why should it be paid for in dollars? A product from Kenya sold in Uganda should be paid for in dollars. So how have, I really want you to give us some more information about this tool, which will ultimately help us boost trade between our countries by using local currencies. So this is, again, a challenge that we face in our African countries. I thank you.
Thank you, Burundi. Kenya, Excellency Amson Kingi.
Thank you, President. Let me first take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the warm reception we have received since we got to South Africa yesterday. Now, straight to the presentation. Mr. President, there's a saying that goes like this, that who pays the piper calls the tune. The last 3 paragraphs of the presentation, I noted some lamentations and a call for action. One of the observations that I made when the presenter was making his conclusion was the fact that the facility that was created for purposes of implementing this protocol is overwhelmingly, that is the word he used, funded by entities not found in the continent. In other words, the implementation of this protocol is being funded by foreigners. Now, that begs the question, where is the commitment from the member states in as far as implementation of this protocol is concerned? Because it is one thing to negotiate, it is one thing to sign, it is one thing to ratify a protocol. And it's a different thing altogether to commit to implement that protocol. And unless the African governments are committed and are willing to walk the talk, then the dream of bringing Africa together will be left in the hands of non-Africans. And that will be the biggest shame of this continent. Now, the CEO, having interacted with the heads of state and government, what could be the problem then? Them having come together, negotiated, signed, and ratified this protocol. What could be the problem? Why, when it comes to funding the implementation of this protocol, it is being funded from entities outside Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, President of the Senate in Kenya. I had not seen you since yesterday. You are welcome.
I was with you, Mr. President. We took photos together.
Sure, maybe it was in a crowd. I didn't realize you were
It's only that I'm short, Mr. President.
Okay, I'll buy you some shoes that will make you much taller. Thank you, my brother. I'm really happy that you're actually around. The next speaker is from Chad. Koloko Chaiman. Speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude for this warm welcome since our arrival here. I am the first Vice President of the Chadian Parliament, representing Dr. Alou Kabadi, President of the Transition Council. I would like to convey his greetings here. Mr. President, I have two remarks on the organization of this conference. If there is a need to say something, I don't have any concern about the presentation. My first remark, a session that brings together all the speakers of national and regional parliaments, once the Pan-African Parliament, I would like to talk about the authorities that are leading this organization. After they organize the official ceremony, in fact, we are not observers, we are participants. Participants should be able to set up the stage, the rostrum, including regional presidents, regional speakers, and national speakers. That's the first remark. Secondly, you sent us a theme for this session, which is entitled Education, Educate an Africa for the 21st Century, Building Resilient Education Systems. On this theme, I think every national speaker ought to prepare a statement. Every institutional organization has its way of proceeding, but we've taken part in many meetings And on the theme that was sent, each delegate ought to intervene and make a statement if there is a need to organize panels. These could be appendixes, but the main theme has never been debated, and even on the program that has been distributed, interventions from the various delegations have not been clearly tailored to the program. If you allow us to, therefore, make a statement on the theme that was sent to us, I have something to say on behalf of the Chadian Parliament. Otherwise, I have nothing to say on what has just been presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my own good brother, First Deputy of Chad. I want to say you are right. Very, very correct. The theme is on education. And when we prepared the program, you'd have realized that education was coming first yesterday. It was envisaged that it would be led by the Commissioner for Education from Addis Ababa, the AU. The Commissioner, I want to say, let us down by only advising us early morning yesterday that they were not available. Then we tried to find one or two experts nearby within South Africa to come and motivate the discussion. And we couldn't get one yesterday. As a result, we then tried to adjust the program so that education comes when we are ready for it. In the meantime, we had to proceed with other topics. But we have not forgotten that education is the theme of the AU and the conference. But we also appreciate that the theme is one of the topics for the 3 days. And we cannot end without going back to the theme. And this theme is all-encompassing. Education feeds into trade. Education feeds into climate change. It feeds into even conflicts. So it's central to all the topics. What I'm saying is education is coming. After this discussion, we intended to bring education back on the program. And I know almost everybody would want to present something on this topic. Whether we take 2 hours or 3 hours on education, let it be, because it is the theme. So be assured that we are coming to education probably more time than any other topic that we would discuss. If that is okay, we can proceed to the next question. Excellency Benjamin Kalu.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me also appreciate the honorable colleagues here present. My name is Benjamin Kalu. I'm the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian Parliament, representing the Speaker, who is not available, Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, who has also asked me to convey the greetings of the Nigerian Parliament to this wonderful organization that we are proud to be part of. Let me thank the presenter of this particular topic. And truly, The essence of this is to reduce Africa's reliance on external market like the EU and China, which definitely will lead to value-added trade that will encourage growth of intermediary goods and regional value chain. That is for sure. But I have also understood in the course of your discussion that there are challenges confronting the achievement of the goals of these particular Africa Free Trade Agreement. One of which I have observed is the overlapping Regional Economic Council membership. It is obvious that many African countries belong to multiple RECs, leading to conflicting trade obligations and legal complexities. If we don't take out this bottleneck, it will impede the success of which we intend to achieve thereafter. Trade adjustment costs has been observed also as one of the bottlenecks, which is the transition to a single African market that requires significant adjustment in national economies. It's a major challenge, and I picked that up from your conversation. And as well as coexistence with other agreements is an impediment. Managing this alongside existing trade agreement with the EU, you will agree with me that some countries are still having trade agreement with China and other regions. They present a challenge, especially in balancing previous commitment with the new trade framework. It's a bottleneck that you will agree with me that we need to clear out of the way. How about capacity for domestication? Member states may struggle to domesticate, like you have rightly pointed out, these protocols, international laws and policies in a timely manner. My emphasis is on timely manner. It's not about domesticating it, but it's domesticating it alongside the timelines set for the achievement of these particular projects. Because especially when you consider weaker countries with weaker institutional capacities, how do we go about that? These are my questions. Number one, what are the current roadblocks in finalizing the protocols on women, youth, and digital trade? What timelines are being projected for their adoption? Number two, challenges of this overlapping REC membership. How does the AFTA Secretariat plan to harmonize the various existing REC framework with the AFTA to avoid legal and regulatory contradictions? Number three, boosting intra-African trade. While intra-African trade is expected to grow, according to what you stated, by 34% by 2045, the question remains, what are the specific strategies that are being employed to accelerate the realization of this target? It's not just to say the target, what are the specific strategies, especially when you consider low-performing sectors and countries? Addressing the trade adjustment costs, what support mechanisms are in place to help member states manage the economic and social costs of trade adjustment as the AFTA framework is fully implemented? Engaging with global trade partners, with Africa's trade partners like the EU and China, like I mentioned before, playing a dominant role in our current trade pattern. How does AFTA aim to shift this partnership towards a more value-added and intermediary trade? You didn't mention that. On domesticating AFTA protocol, many member states face these challenges. And how can Parliament across Africa be mobilized? It's easier to tell them, go back and domesticate it. What other extra effort are we doing so that they can speed up the process of integrating this commitment into national laws and regulation? Maximizing the AFTA benefits for SMEs. You know that the greatest employer of labor in Africa is the SMEs, and they make up a significant portion of African private sector. How will AFTA implementation ensure that these smaller enterprises can benefit from the expanded market access, especially in sectors like agriculture and services? Infrastructure bottlenecks. Africa's high transportation costs remains a major barrier, and you agree with me, to this inter-African trade. What concrete steps are being taken into consideration to address these infrastructural challenges, particularly in areas of road, rails, and air transport? This is supposed to be part of the flagships that we discussed here yesterday. How is AFTA looking into that to make sure that it enhances the speed of achieving the target within the time? Leveraging the digital economy is where I want to stop. With digital trade growing at 40% annually, how does the AFTA plan to leverage Africa's digital economy to foster cross-border trade, cross-border innovation, and cross-border entrepreneurship. Thank you very much as you attend to some of these issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Excellency. The next speaker is Excellency Jabulani Clement Mabuza, Eswatini.
Thank you, Mr. President. And may I start by thanking His Excellency Wamkele Mene for the good presentation and very informative presentation. That being said, I have few questions just for my understanding. Are member states capacitated on the framework for the implementation of promoting the harmonization of appropriate policies, strategies, and measures for the effective implementation of this agreement? My second question, does the AFCFTA Secretariat have any plans to assist member countries, financially or otherwise, to disseminate information to sensitize SMEs on the free trade movement of goods in relation to its benefits? And my third question is, how best is this protocol going to control irregular migration? And my last question is, when you present, Your Excellency, you said the funding for supporting this agreement is not coming from Africa, but from outside Africa. And my question is, what is their benefit? I mean those that are funding us. Why are they feeling very strongly, if they are, to support this AFCFTA agreement? And then we, which we believe it's going to benefit us, are not funding it. Is there any benefit that they are looking at? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The next speaker is Advocate, Excellency Advocate Jacob Mdenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me express my gratitude to the presenter, Dr. Mene, for his candid presentation of the facts surrounding the agreement. I want to associate myself with observations by Kenya and Nigeria in particular. So I won't repeat what they've said. Let me zero in on Article 3 under general observations. And the very first objective says, create a single market for goods and services facilitated by movement of persons. So the single market of goods and services is predicated on the movement of persons. Now, that predication also is premised on the question of the visa regime. As long as Africa does not come up with one visa, so that the movements of persons from one country to the other within Africa is facilitated, then I do not see acceleration of intertrade among the African countries as envisaged by the AfCFTA. The second observation is one on transport logistics costs, which you clearly highlighted, Dr. Mene. If the transport and logistics systems are very costly, and when we are in business, you want to make money. How do you make money when the movement of goods and services is very costly? Now, we want to know from the Secretariat and your conversations with the heads of states and government, what solutions are being proposed to reduce the costs of transportation and logistics. Relatedly, that leads to the question of infrastructure. Our railway system, for example, is very archaic in quite a number of countries in Africa. And the railway lines are not synchronized in terms of the gauge. You move from Cape Town going up north, somewhere in Central Africa, you find that the railway line, the gauge has expanded. So how do you connect with your railway system if there are no synergies in the railway infrastructure? And what propositions are there in order to ameliorate that position? Connected to transportation, the air services, if goods and services are to be exchanged among African countries, the fastest way of moving such goods and services is by cargo airline. Again, here you find that there are some disparities of interconnectivity within the African continent. I think someone yesterday said in some countries, if you want to fly to one country, you have to go first to Europe and go to Dubai and come down to Africa, or go west or go east of Africa. That's a real challenge. So what is the AfCFTA Secretariat saying in consultation with the heads of state and government? And then related to transportation is the roads infrastructure. The roads infrastructure. Our roads in Africa generally are not in good shape. And the connectivity between these roads from one country to the other pose a serious challenge in terms of the, what we call the lack of the spaghetti roads, where your transportation can move faster. And then finally, on the question of the protocol on movement, only 4 countries have signed up. And yet that is the very first objective in ensuring that there is faster movement of persons carrying out their goods and services within Africa. If you watched the video where Nkrumah was speaking, you visibly saw a very stout political will. Very stout. The forebears had very stout, aggressive political will. Now the question is, as the heads of states and government meet, and as we meet here, how can we recapture that stout political will in which there is belief in the self of the African to achieve what they want to achieve in terms of the free continental free trade area. As long as the political will is slackened, I don't see us achieving much. It is therefore important that we introspect and recapture our very strong political will. Otherwise, we are flat on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from Somali, the ambassador, I believe. Excellency Isaac, is it Ibrahim?
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished guests, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allow me, Mr. President, to present our Speaker of Parliament speech in Arabic language. شرفني أن أقدم لكم كلمة الرئيس مجلس الشعب الصومالي معالي السيد الشيخ آدم محمد نور مذوبة في المؤتمر السنوي الثاني لرؤساء البرلمانات الوطنية الأفريقية تحت شعار
The annual conference of Pan-African Parliament on the theme Education in Africa Fit for the 21st Century, Resilient Education System for Increased Access to Inclusive, Lifelong, Quality and Resilient and Relevant Learning in Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like first of all to thank the Republic of South Africa as leader for the warm welcome. I am pleased to express my comments to His Excellency Fortune Chirumba, President of the Pan-African Parliament, for the organization of this conference. I am pleased to be here today in the annual conference of speakers of African national and regional parliaments, which is holding on the theme of the African Union of this year 2024. Around the theme, Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, Building Resilient Education Systems for Increased Access to Education in Africa. I would like, therefore, to convey my comments on, or rather thank all the organizers of this conference. As leader and representative of people, we are at crossroads because we have to take necessary steps to reorganize our education systems such as to respect the requirements of our current era. Education is a tool to achieve the economic and sustainable development of our continent. Our African continent is facing several challenges in all the domains, notably the educational domain. However, our continent is endowed with enough potential to achieve its development. Changes in technology, the economy and other fields require the revamping of our educational system. We have to build educational systems that are flexible to be able to align with the current changes and make sure that everyone has access to education. The aim is to ensure universal access to education all through their lives. Education is not limited to a certain age. It's a continuous process that requires competences in training. We need strategies all our lives to align with the changes that development requires. We must ensure the development of resilient educational system considering the required investment for this to happen. We need to improve. If we really need to improve our educational system, we need to ensure technical training considering our future needs. We equally need to make sure that education is comprehensive and make sure that everybody has access to education, including the most vulnerable in the society. We must therefore cooperate amongst ourselves, African states, share knowledge and experience, because we need to create cooperation platforms between parliaments and educational institutions as well as experts, and work together to ensure partnership to exchange ideas and provide innovative solutions. In Somalia, we are committed to reform our educational systems to align to the objectives. We've started reforms to ensure that everyone has access to education in the country, We call for a comprehensive training of trainers in partnership with education institutions all over the world. As African countries, we must be committed to improving our educational systems so that we can boast of a system that agrees with the aspirations of the 21st century. Everyone must be given his opportunity. I thank you very much.
Shukran. The next speaker is the Speaker of the DRC Congo, Excellency Vital Kamerhe.
Monsieur,
Mr. President of PAP, thank you for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor for us to participate in this annual conference of speakers of African national and regional parliaments here in Midrand, South Africa. Before anything else, I'd like to thank the government and people of South Africa for the welcome extended to myself and my delegation.
ne pourrait en être autrement, eu égard à l'histoire particulière.
And this is not surprising given the very special history of this nation, which will remain in our memories. And I'd like to mention Nelson Mandela. I'd like to also commend Honorable Chief Fortune Charimbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, for his leadership and management of this organ of the African Union, whose mission is to ensure the full full-fledged participation of our respective populations through their honorable representatives that we are. The annual conference of speakers of national parliaments that you have initiated, which is holding its 12th session now, is a very special platform for the promotion of common values for the African Union, particularly human rights, democracy, peace, security, good governance, and rule of law, in short. Now, this conference helps us consolidate our links, our relationships, to make sure that we have best parliamentary practices for the emergence of a strong and united Africa, so that Africa speaks with a single voice. Honorable President and dear colleagues, presidents of parliaments, I have followed very carefully the presentation made by Honorable Chief Charumbiro on the state of peace on our continent, on education, and on many other issues which should lead to the realization of the African Free Trade Area. Before getting into the substance of my presentation, I'd like to say that when it comes to education, my President, His Excellency Felix Antoine has actually decided to make reforms in the field of education, and this will be extended to secondary and higher education, which will also become free of charge. But this will happen only when the real development happens in Africa. So we have to review our programs, our curricula, to make sure that we do not train academicians who do not meet the challenges of development which we are facing today on our continent. This, in fact, is the policy of our country, and this should be a shared experience in Africa, particularly in the field of health, which is very important, where we should do our best to make sure that our populations can have an easy access to healthcare. As far as the Democratic Republic of Congo is concerned, in the framework of the Universal Health Coverage Program initiated by the President of the country, we have organized a system where maternity care is free of charge. The development of Africa refers us basically to rural areas where more than 75% of our population live. So we have to create the right conditions for our populations so that the populations living in urban areas are encouraged to go back to rural areas and fend for themselves. Because the duality of exchange between rural and urban areas should become a practice. And it is in this context that my government has established the program of 145 territories, which is a flagship program of the President of the Republic. Now, these territories make up the whole of the Democratic Republic of Congo, to make sure that there is an equal development undertaken in all the territories, particularly in order to make sure that rural areas come out of isolation through the building of railroad and roadways, and in the case of DRC, open up our rivers connected to the Congo River, which covers almost 4,000 kilometers, and which will give us 14,000 kilometers of roads for a cost of $89 million. So, dear colleagues, we are saying that Africa should love Africa, and Africa should consult with Africa. Africa should have an ambitious plan for its development. And for this purpose, they should make sure that by starting in Cape Town in South Africa, we can go through Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, DRC, and end up in Egypt, either by railroad or by roadways or by air. And we should also be able to go from Mauritania to Mombasa by going through Central Africa. In so doing, the strategy of DRC to participate in the establishment of the free trade area is to firstly start by integrating the different sub-regions, SADC, the Economic Community, East African Community, the Economic Community of Central African States, ECOWAS, and the Arab Maghreb Union. And in the second phase, we should make sure that there is a linkage between the different sub-regional organizations. But this cannot be done without establishing peace in the whole of Africa. Dear colleagues, I must state that the efforts that we are trying to make following discussions and debates, the development efforts that should concretize our dream to have a single market in Africa might be jeopardized if we cannot establish peace in all countries in Africa. The DRC today is going through an aggression by countries which are not from outside our continent, but rather by our neighbors. We have Burkina Faso, Mali, Somalia, South Sudan are not in peace. And this should call our attention, because in the name of African solidarity, we must make sure that all these countries, in the name of Pan-Africanism, should be assisted. And Africa cannot attack Africa. Africa should love Africa, as I said earlier. And together, we must fulfill the dream of development for Africa. I'd like to thank the President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, who has actually supported us in the past in the context of SADC when it comes to the peacekeeping forces, along with our armed forces. I would like to also thank the President of Angola, João Lourenço, who is the facilitator for peace building in my country. I would like to also thank the former Kenyan President, Uhuru Kenyatta, who is steering the Nairobi process in order to establish peace in my country. And here, I'd like to reassure my colleagues here, and through you, the rest of Africa and the international community, to say that Congo is a peaceful country, is only looking for peace so that our country plays its rightful role in whatever we are mentioning here. Indeed, the Democratic Republic of Congo could be useful for itself and for the rest of Africa in several fields. Please remember that in the field of fight against poverty, we have land reserves of 84 million hectares, which are accessible, and 40 million hectares which are irrigable. According to FAO surveys, if they are well developed, as in South Africa, the DRC could feed 2 billion individuals. And this they can actually make up for the global food deficit. And you can well understand that resources from DRC could address the problems of our brotherly countries of Africa. In the field of energy, we're saying that DRC has huge potential. Just talking of the Congo River, not to mention Inga, 44,000 kilowatts. In the context of development of Africa, Inga should be able to industrialize the whole of Africa and part of Southeast Asia, as well as part of Southern Europe. But 44,000 megawatts of Inga is not the only amount. We can also add other possibilities. But the country has been invaded for the past 30 years. How do you expect our country to solve problems? South Africa, for example, which is facing energy deficit in other countries, could also be assisted by our country. That's why I'm saying that Africa should have ambitions for itself. In the field of water resources, drinking water, for example, the DRC reserves are estimated to be 53% of the entire drinking water supply in Africa and 13% of the rest of the world. But the country is between two deserts, the Sahara Desert in the north and Kalahari in the south. Today, if we are being attacked because of our minerals, and tomorrow it will be because of water, if we don't get together to reflect on how we can refill or replenish the Lake Chad, which is drying up. And this could offer a solution to more than 5 countries. And young people from Boko Haram and others could once again go back to agriculture and cattle breeding. The Democratic Republic of Congo, in the context of energy transition, is an important link in the chain, and Africa should be proud of this. We have more than 80% of lithium reserves, cobalt and coltan. Coltan, copper, and lithium are very strategic minerals. Lithium and copper are indeed a dream for the rest of the world and humanity for the manufacturing of batteries for electrical cars. But if in Africa we continue to talk about how to build railways, how to build roads, we have to also fast-track other developments so that our resources are profitable for all of us. Indeed, we are very happy with the fact to note that in the context of biodiversity, my country can contribute to an ambitious plan of Africa because we have the second most important forest in the world. We have fauna, flora, wildlife parks, and other reserves which could address the problem of the harmful impact of pollution, whereas we in Africa, we are still a virgin land, a population which is young for most of them. But we are the ones who are suffering from the effects of climate change. Now, if all conferences on climate are held elsewhere, not in Africa, there could be no solution. But I'd like to commend President Lula, who has demanded that the Amazon forest, which is in his country, should be the reason for him to host the future conference. So we should also be able to support DRC and other countries of the Congo Basin to show that Africa is not there just to ask for assistance, but Africa also has a lot to offer. So I would like to thank the President and conclude by saying that whatever we are saying in the context of establishment of the free trade area in Africa can be possible only if we can guarantee the mobility of Africans, the mobility of goods, so that we can move from the south to the north, from the east to the west, and vice versa. We should have common policies in terms of education, health, industrialization of our respective countries. We need to enhance trade, inter-African trade, and it is this united Africa, this Africa which is rising, this Africa which will rise with its head high to face the globalization prospects. We cannot spend all our time relying on Americans, Europeans, and Asians to come and solve our problems in Africa. You need to help yourself before the sky can help you. I thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your attention. Bless you all.
Thank you, DRC. As you are presenting and you went into detail about your own country and how you could feed 2 billion, and how you could provide energy to everybody, and all those minerals. I was thinking that I think as speakers, heads of parliaments, we could also graduate into, our conferences can graduate into another way of doing things. As parliaments, we do some peer reviews. We have some closed sessions of parliaments. Yeah, it's healthy. You see, the executive and the judiciary, they tend to be more clear as to what they achieve than the parliament, other than the laws that come out. So sometimes let's also do some peer review, closed session, and ask DRC, why is it that despite all these things, your people suffer? See, I think in a brotherly way, we need also to start interrogating issues deeper beyond just general politics. And say, we all need DRC. You go to New York, you go to Brussels, you go to Nairobi, everybody will say, DRC, for example, is the richest country in the world in terms of this and this. But it is also the center where diseases come from. Oh, no, I'm just being friendly to you. I know my brother, and I'm going to meet you this afternoon. I'm just provoking a debate with you. I know it's not you, but I think we need as Africa to solve our problems and sometimes talk openly about and assist those that are in problems, including the conflict in the Eastern DRC. We should find time to talk about how the other parliaments can assist you, or how can we assist DRC come out of the jinx of wealth alongside the poverty, for example. So that we don't come here, talk and go. So I'm provoking some new form of doing business. Peer review by speakers, senates, presidents, talking to each other and say, why can't we do this? Thank you for that open presentation. And the next speaker will be the Speaker of Egypt, His Excellency H. Gebali.
Maali Said Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. President, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, my brothers, speakers of African parliaments, as well as members of parliaments, and dear participants. I would first of all like to thank all of you for the meeting that we are holding today, which is discussing the problems of the African continent. And problems are all interconnected, and these issues, the solving of these issues will allow us to achieve sustainable development in Africa. First of all, we have the goal number 4 of SDGs, which is to guarantee good and universal education for all, and also create the right conditions for our population. So we need to make sure that there is a good quality of education which is available in our countries. And this sums up all the problems that we face in Africa, because education is a universal issue, and it has an impact on our economy, on our food, on finances, as well as on all other sectors, as well as the social aspects are also linked to education. So education is universal and has an impact on all sectors. So we must guarantee the quality of education as a fundamental objective, and this should be the first goal to achieve in the context of Agenda 2063, and this will lead to an inclusive and sustainable development in Africa. Africa has a number of opportunities to offer, and it does have an interesting comparative advantage because of the fact that their population is young, and this is an opportunity to develop the educational system, because this is what will help us realize what we want to achieve by relying on the African youth. And the development of Africa is supported by the youth. This means that we Africans and parliamentarians in particular should conduct an analysis of the situation of education in Africa. My dear brothers and sisters, dear parliamentarians, the state of Egypt, in the context of its responsibilities vis-à-vis its African brothers, is doing its best to make its expertise available to all other countries in the field of education by training African youth. Egypt has made a lot of progress in this field through its cooperation with a number of other African countries. Throughout history, Africa has been the first continent in this field because we've had a number of Egyptian educational missions which were sent to other African countries. We also had the training of teachers in Africa, and we've also transferred expertise in the field of education, particularly in the field of higher education. Egypt has offered scholarships to other Africans at the university and post-university level in various specialities. Training scholarships were also offered to young Africans in the field of scientific research. All these efforts made by Africa can be explained by the fact that we are convinced that we must strengthen education in Africa, particularly higher education and scientific research, in order to develop Africa and realize Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Now, the challenges faced by Africa do require that we all participate in the sustainable reform process. We need to analyze the entire situation in great detail by giving a priority to training of teachers at all levels, by giving them the required skills, particularly in the new digital world, using new educational methods. So digital technology should be used in our educational system through partnerships with telecommunication companies, especially by reducing the cost of internet. There's also a need to invest in the technology infrastructure and in ICT in general. Our African countries need to put in place a proper training plan in order to guarantee the sustainability of education to cope with the situation we are experiencing. I'm certain and I'm convinced that our parliamentarians could play an efficient and qualitative role to ensure African integration in order to realize the objectives of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. We must offer a fair and equal education to all Africans in order to have a prosperous future. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yeah, we are almost coming to the end of the list. May I call upon Excellency Sabine Ntaka-Rutimana, Burundi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor once again. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude for the clarity and the valuable information in the presentation made on the African Continental Free Trade Area. I'd like to also support the presentation made by the Speaker of the Senate of Burundi, because we cannot talk about a free trade area if we do not have independent currencies on the African continent. So I think that this is an important recommendation to note. For me, it is important to enhance self-sufficiency programs in all fields and identify the existing trading opportunities on the African continent. For this purpose, my country recommends that we concentrate on local processing of commodities. And here I'd like to mention agricultural commodities, cattle breeding products, as well as artisanal products, including minerals, so that the profits will contribute to job creation and also be used for trading purposes. I cannot conclude without suggesting that Africa should become aware of the urgency of being future-looking, forward-looking, to do away with foreign assistance by encouraging South-South trade and interaction based on a frank cooperation in which all Africans are beneficiaries on a fair basis. In conclusion, I'd like to ask a question to know how the AFCFTA Secretariat assesses progress made in countries. And actually, I was asking if you have considered the benefits present in sub-regional communities. I'd like to mention the benefits of the EAC, the East African Community. We do have a protocol on a common market with the free movement of people and goods and services, and this is actually beneficial for the populations of the East African region. We also have the customs union to do away with tariff barriers, to enable women in particular who are active in cross-border trade to earn their livelihoods. We also have the monetary union, which is also being discussed in order to find a solution to the problem of the trading currency. So I think this is a zone which could be a source of inspiration for you, Mr. Secretary General. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup. The next speaker is the retired General Michael Nyambuya.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. What I wanted to talk about has really been covered. I'll just perhaps add on if one or two issues. I want to talk about the Pan-African payment system, which clearly is as a result of the weaponization of currency, which is being done by some countries, which we all know, since or in the advent of the introduction of the petrodollars. Now, my issue is, I think the Pan-African payment system is the way to go, but is that the end game? Secondly, are we in any way collaborating with the BRICS countries? Thank you.
Senator Danson Mngatana for speaker, but I see also written Amason Kingi, who has already taken the floor.
Excuse me,
yes,
Mr. President, my speaker has already spoken, but I had a quick question, if you could allow, for the presenter, His Excellency.
Okay, quick, no problem.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor. My question to His Excellency Mene is that as we are coming into the African Trade Agreement, there already exists regional economic blocks. And these regional economic blocks, as His Excellency may be aware, there are competition authorities which are well established. They are national competition authorities, and for information of honorable members, competition authorities, they come into play so that there's no disruption of the market. So in the region of East Africa, there is a competition authority. But there is even a very established competition authority called the COMESA Competition Commission, CCC. I know South Africa is not a member, but CCC has a membership across 21 countries, from Morocco all the way down south. So the question is, CCC already has a mandate, and it is dealing with disputes that come because of trade in the common market of COMESA. So what are the thresholds that the new Free African Trade Area going to handle, and which are the thresholds that you're going to leave to the regional economic blocks like COMESA, like the East African Community? I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. This brings to the end a request to take the floor from Your Excellencies of our legislative authorities. I now call upon Dr. Kelemene to respond. Indeed, he got quite a long list, and I think appropriately so. But let's give him about 10 minutes just to summarize all the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Let me thank the Excellencies for their questions, comments, and interest in the presentation and the work that the AFCFTA Secretariat is doing under the leadership of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union. If I may take first the question on the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. What was very clear to us when we were established in 2020 was that we would not be able to boost intra-Africa trade if the currency that we use to trade is a third currency, either the dollar, the euro, or the yuan. We also recognize that in the Abuja Treaty, and as we saw in the video, that establishing a common currency on the African continent is one of the main objectives that all of us have to work towards.
Sorry, order. I think the Gambia appears there is some great discussion there. I think you may want to also respect the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, President. So it is an ultimate objective expressed in the Abuja Treaty as we progress as a continent on our integration journey. We estimated, along with Afrexim Bank, as I said earlier, that it costs Africa $5 billion to buy the dollar or the euro or any other currency for trade. And this is a very, very significant constraint, particularly to small, medium enterprises. So in 2018, we went to the Assembly of Heads of States and Government and invited our heads of states to endorse the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System as one of Africa's payments platforms to enable payments in local currency. Now, in practice, what happens is that your central bank will grant authorization to your commercial banks to trade on the platform. Once the central bank has granted that authorization, all your commercial banks in that particular jurisdiction will be able to switch onto the platform and to trade so that your customer as a bank has access to the entire continental market on a digital platform. The cost is a fraction of what you would pay for SWIFT or any other currency platform for trade. If you consider the fact that as Africans, in 2019 alone, we spent $20.5 billion on SWIFT, trading on SWIFT. So this is money that goes elsewhere. Now we will enable payment in local currency. The money remains on the African continent. Rather than going to a correspondent bank in London or New York, it remains on the African continent. The transactions are instantaneous. As I mentioned, the cost is relatively much lower. Your counterparty, if you are in Ghana, your counterparty is in Kenya. You trade using the Ghanaian cedi. Your counterparty immediately receives Kenyan shillings. Afreximbank has made available up to $4 billion to make sure that the settlements do happen. And the technology that has been developed, we are grateful to Afreximbank for this innovation. It is a very important political economy step that our continent has taken, and I believe, as was suggested earlier by one honorable member, that as we see these geo-economic shifts and these geopolitical tensions, payment sovereignty for the African continent becomes even more important, that we assert our payment sovereignty as a continent. And so this is how PAPS will be functioning. As I mentioned, 120 commercial banks are already trading on the platform and 15 central banks. The collaboration with BRICS is done through the Office of the Chairperson. In fact, in the summit that was held here in Johannesburg last year, the African Union Chairperson and myself were invited to participate, and we took the opportunity to share our own experience in terms of the Pan-African payment and settlement system. I am sure in the next summit of the BRICS, this matter will be discussed again. On the question of the competition authority and the jurisdiction and how the jurisdiction of the AFCFTA vis-a-vis the existing regional economic communities, it is indeed a very important question. What we agreed with, in consultation with all of the competition authorities of the African continent, is that where there is a competition matter that transcends regions, so if there's a competition matter between, let's say, the East African community and ECOWAS, that the jurisdiction of the continental authority would at that point be triggered by the trans-regional nature of the competition issue that arises. So the mandate, the full jurisdiction of the regional economic community shall remain. The regional economic communities shall convene, and in accordance with the protocol on competition, they shall establish a continental authority which they themselves will appoint the board members, and it will have two representatives per region. Because we were very, very conscious of the need to not interfere with a particular region's jurisdiction. But we do know that there are some trans-regional cartels. And so if you don't deal with these trans-regional cartels, there remains a lacuna at law. And we will continue to have food prices being pushed up because we are we observe a cartel moving from one region to another region where there may be no enforcement or very little enforcement. So we want to take a very, very continental view, building on the existence of the regional economic communities, competition authorities. Whilst on the issue of regional economic communities, again, if you refer to the Abuja Treaty, you will observe that ultimately the direction is establishment of a single market on the continent. Of course, we cannot deny the fact that regional economic communities exist. They play a very, very important role, for example, of boosting intra-regional trade. We've just heard of the example of competition authority. We seek to build on the progress made by the regional economic communities. And the AFCFTA is actually the overarching legal architecture that was missing. If you were trading before the AFCFTA between East and West African countries, you would have to use WTO rules for trading in Africa. In some cases, we would have to use rules of the Economic Partnership Agreement that we have individually with the European Union. This, of course, was an absurd situation to be in. So the AFCFTA connects trade between the regional economic communities. Their mandate as a region shall remain. I do foresee that as the integration journey in Africa evolves, I do foresee that in accordance with the Abuja Treaty, there shall have to be a reconfiguration of the regional economic communities in accordance with the objective of the treaty. That, of course, will have to be done in a very politically sensitive manner and to ensure that the mandate of the regional economic communities is appropriately tailored for the function. Some regional economic communities have actually been focusing, as you know, more on peace and security issues, some less so than others. We do have a structure that we have established of collaboration with the regional economic communities. All of the chief executive officers of the regional economic communities and ourselves, we do meet regularly to compare progress made, to learn from one another, and of course, to ensure that we move in the same direction. Regarding the issue of the African Union and Africa being able to finance her own development. Last year, the chairperson, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, in his speech to the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, made note of the fact that over 60% of the budget of the African Union comes from outside partners. And as the AFCFTA, we are also affected by that. In fact, last year, our budget was about $1.2 million from member states to service 48 countries. Of course, it is not possible with that limited amount. We see increasingly the so-called development partners saying that we will support, but of course there's a huge political risk, and that is that you lose the independence of what you are trying to achieve if others are in a position to finance your own development. That is why the private sector in Africa is critical. Our African private sector has to step up to support the financing of development in Africa, including paying for the budget of the African Union to complement what member states are already contributing. So this is a matter that is very, very distressing and should worry all of us that we run the risk of not being fully in charge of our own economic independence tools, which is what the AFCFTA is. But I'm happy that the chairperson mentioned this to the heads of states, that it reaches their attention. But I think we need to look at innovative ways, such as leveraging on the private sector in Africa. And we know that this is possible because if you recall, during COVID-19, Africa's private sector contributed over $250 million to vaccine acquisition and establish a common platform, which was chaired by my senior brother, Benedict Orama. So we know that there are ways in which we can include the private sector to finance our development as a continent. Then on the question, Your Excellencies, of value addition, local production, and by local production, of course, we mean the continent of Africa as a whole. That's what we mean when we are trying to create a single market. We have started very specific projects that will enhance and improve Africa's capacity for local production. I was just in Liberia last month. We are working, and this is by way of an example, we are beginning a work program with Liberia for identification of rubber processing capability so that Liberia can be self-sufficient in production of rubber, can connect to Africa's continental value chain for the auto sector to provide tires. We're also looking to see how we can work in the area of agro-processing. How do we create an agro-processing industry that is truly African and has a truly African footprint in nature to overcome this challenge of food insecurity in Africa? A few months ago, I was in Ethiopia. Ethiopia had a surplus of wheat, and yet we import wheat, soya, maize, and other grains, over $50 billion a year that we import these grains. But if you go up the road to Zimbabwe, to Zambia, you will find the wheat. So we have to focus on building a truly continental market that will enable local production for continental export for Africa's own food security. There's a question on infrastructure and transport and logistics. The cost is estimated by African Development Bank. Our senior brother Adeshina will tell us it costs about $150 billion. This is the deficit, $150 billion annually. This is a massive challenge. He will also tell us that the African Development Bank has, over the last 5 years, invested about $45 billion on Africa, infrastructure in Africa, whether it is rail, ports. They have recently mobilized $16 billion for the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. Of course, $45 billion, given the huge infrastructure deficit that we have, is not going to take us far. But here again, we see an opportunity for Africa's private sector to join our development finance institutions in mobilizing resources for investing in Africa's infrastructure. It is something that is out of our mandate as a secretariat, but clearly there is an underlying connection between trade and the availability of infrastructure to be able to move the goods and the services across borders. And so this is something that we have to rely on Afrexim Bank, AFDB, and other development finance institutions in Africa to continue to plead with them to make more investment available for infrastructure. The AFCFTA coexists with other trade agreement, as was suggested, to the extent that each government has the right to enter into a new trade agreement with a third party. This is linked to the issue of the nature of the mandate of the AFCFTA Secretariat. We are not yet a customs union. We shall get there, I'm sure. But in the absence of us being a customs union and the legal provisions that enable us to be a customs union, individual countries within the AFCFTA shall continue to have the right to negotiate with third parties, and those third-party agreements will coexist with the AFCFTA. But the requirement is that where you negotiate with a third party, you come back to the region, you offer the region, the AFCFTA market, the same preferences or better that you have offered to the third country that you negotiated with. I believe as the AFCFTA matures in its implementation, this is something that will become much clearer with time. As we progress on our journey of market integration, this will become much, much clearer. The good news is that there is a lot of interest by the private sector in Africa to accelerate the creation of a single market. In some cases, private sector actually is more ambitious than some ministers of trade or senior trade officials in the creation of this common market. And this is what is encouraging us. And this takes me, President, to the last point, and that is how do we work together at national level? We have platforms at national level with a private sector association, and in some cases, regional private sector associations, where we work with the private sector to identify specific markets that they want to export to afresh, the support mechanisms that exist through our partners such as Afrexim Bank, International Trade Center, African Development Bank. We work with cooperatives. So, for example, in 2022, President Ruto invited us when the government had organized smallholder farmers into cooperatives to export under the AFCFTA, which was done successfully, exporting value-added agricultural production to other parts of the continent. All of that in the capacity building happens at national level. Where there continues to be more work for us to do is how we partner with national legislatures, with honorable members of national parliaments for the purpose of domestication. And we look forward to that partnership and that collaboration. The last point I would make on the issue of the visas, it is something that, again, I would urge respectfully that all of us be very aware of, that we have to accelerate the liberalization of movement of persons in Africa. There are many, many nationalities from outside of the continent who move within Africa with greater ease than some Africans. And this is, of course, a legacy of colonialism. But it is now up to us to develop these common rules for movement of persons across the African continent, taking into account, of course, that there are some national security concerns, but I believe we can address those. There are digital platforms that we can create, digital population register. There are a number of ways in which we can address the national security concerns, which would then enable for free movement of persons. We do know that if you look at the economic history, we know that where a region, and the East African community was mentioned, for example, where a region has free movement of persons and free movement of goods, trade doubles, sometimes triples, because people are moving for business. I do regret that only 4 members of the African Union have thus far ratified the protocol on movement of persons. I am hearing some positive signals. Some countries have introduced visa on arrival. Some countries have completely eliminated visas. For example, Rwanda has completely eliminated visas for all Africans. Ghana, the president announced that by the end of this year, there'll be an elimination of visa requirements for all Africans. But we can do much better and move much faster. And so, President, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity, and I want to thank the Excellencies for their engaged questions and interest on this. Thank you very much.
I think he deserves another louder applause. At one time, I don't know whether I mentioned that today, you used to say if we succeed with this FCTA mechanism, the economies of Africa will grow by what percentage? You have mentioned it previously, that's why I'm asking you a friendly question.
Over 35%.
Yes, right. You have mentioned that economies will grow by over 35%. Imagine the scope for more business employment is massive. Now, I know you are engaged elsewhere after this. What we would want to benefit from is in all this, what do you want parliaments to do? I will ask you to take home that question and you write, and we will share with all the participants, whether today, tomorrow, but what do you want in a platform? Parliaments should do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 100 to support the FCTA, the role of Parliament and what we should do. Yes, ratification is an obvious one, but I think there's more than ratifications only, from what you've been saying. I think at this point, it's only proper that we release him. I know he's traveling to the US, to New York, for the UN General Assembly. We'll follow you after tomorrow. But as he leaves the room, I think we can clap for him. Thank you. My brother.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll see you. Yes, thank you.
Your Excellencies, we now move to the great topic of education, the theme. I was requested yesterday by my great friend, Speaker, President of the Senate, from one of our countries, I won't mention which country, that Mr. President of PAP, this topic on education, I don't think we need the presentations on this topic. This one just open the floor. We debate. That's the view. Just open the floor, we make presentations, and I know Chad has a well-presented paper on this topic and several other parliaments. However, we always talk of motivating discussion. We have asked a person from the Ministry of Education, and we've told them that they should not speak for more than 10, 15 minutes to motivate this issue of education. And it will occupy us the greater part of the afternoon today before we move to climate change. So the presenter, unfortunately, will only arrive in the next 10 minutes. Was intending to present it too. So, Mr. Marimo, you can answer from there. Is the lunch ready? Is the lunch ready? Have you physically checked? Because we could actually break for lunch and then come back. Since we lost a lot of time, with your indulgence, we're going to come back even, no, I just ate 2, but 2 should be prompt. At 2, the discussion on education will have started. Even if there are 2 persons or the room is empty, we just present an empty room. So please make sure the room is not empty, or you are the only one in the room at least. Let's respect 2 o'clock so that we push our agenda this afternoon in order to enable you tomorrow, so that tomorrow by 10 o'clock or 11 latest, we can close and go to the mosque also. Tomorrow is Friday. I'm just waiting for a message about lunch, and I'm told the speakers will go out immediately, 10 left or right, but I think it's left. I think almost where you had food yesterday for speakers. And when I say speakers, unfortunately, it applies to Senate presidents, it applies to presiding officers. Yeah, we eat from here. Members of Parliament, I'm advised, PAP members will go to the restaurant. Right, I'm waiting for a signal about food. Because we can't break. If it means we have a short presentation, let it be. Excellencies, sorry for that delay. The lunch is ready. So let's go for lunch, but please, 2 o'clock, we kick off. Thank you very much. Let's go for lunch.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the CERT Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tiens, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate, 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
Ainsi se fait, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je suis resté aussi la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour vivre le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasized the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. Well,
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. We said we resume at 2. We are 18 minutes past, so we have lost 18 minutes. And we did mention that we'll be honored to receive Dr. Mahabo Regina Msaule from the Ministry of Education. She's actually a minister. If you want to hear about her profile, she started out a career as a teacher and served for 20 years. She has had an extensive career in public service in South Africa. She began as a counselor at TSView, TCL, in 1995 and served as a chairperson of the executive committee. In 2000, she became a speaker in Mbombela, a position she held until 2003, when she was appointed as the executive mayor. From 2006 to 2009, she worked as the senior manager in transport and administration and licensing for Malanga Provincial Government, the Department of Roads and Transport. In 2009, she became the MEC for the Mpumalanga Department of Education, serving until February 2018, when she was appointed as Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. On 29 May 2019, she was appointed the Deputy Minister of Basic Education. Dr. Msaure exemplifies lifelong learning through an extensive and diverse education background. She holds a doctorate in public administration from the University of Fort Hare, with a thesis focused on enhancing learner achievement through teacher development in Mpumalanga. Her academic journey also includes Masters in Public Administration from the University of Pretoria, Bachelor of Education Honors from Northwest University, a further Diploma in Education, a Diploma in Program and Project Management from the Wits University, and it goes on and on and on. May I invite you to provoke discussion on the topic of education. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Greetings to you and greetings to the Vice President. Greetings to Honorable Jida Mama Mahamat, Honorable Speakers of National and Regional Parliaments. His Excellency Wamkele Meme, CEO of the African Continental Free Trade Area, members of the diplomatic corps. I believe that most ambassadors are here to accompany their speakers. The clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Ms. Lindiwe Khumalo, and staff of the Pan-African Parliament, the secretaries general of African and regional parliaments, representatives of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation in the Republic of South Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In my language, when we greet, we say Sanbonani, greetings to all of you. Say I must provoke discussions, but I want to answer questions before they even erupt, and discussions before they come. 2024 is the African Union's year of education. The overarching theme is to educate an African fit for the 21st century. This theme implies a balance between treasuring our own heritage, our own ways of knowing and learning, and embracing the skills needed to participate in a fast-changing global economy. Through intra-continental partnerships and efforts to decolonize the curricula, we must build our own educational future, and we must be responsive to the evolving skills required for the 21st century. As we look ahead to the future of education in Africa, it's important to take stock of where we are and recognize the significant progress we have made. Progress in rolling out free education for all across the continent has been impressive. For example, the percentage of the primary age children in sub-Saharan Africa who are out of school has roughly halved over the last 25 years and is now around 20%. Similarly, the out-of-school rate for children of upper secondary school age has decreased from 60% to about 48%. However, more still needs to be done, and it is concerning to note that progress in reducing out-of-school rates has slowed in recent years. Moreover, population growth on the continent has meant that the overall number of our out-of-school children has equally increased. In our eager ambition to embrace new priorities and educational technologies, we cannot neglect what is of first importance: getting children to attend school. In South Africa, we too have made steady progress in expanding school participation and completion, but progress towards achieving the full range of education sustainable development goals and continental objectives is slow. In South Africa, as in any African country, we face the reality that getting children into school is only the beginning of meaningful access to education. What really matters is the quality of learning. The shift in focus towards access to quality education was a major achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals compared to earlier education for all, EFA commitments. Unfortunately, improving teaching and learning is much harder than getting children to school or providing inputs like desk stools or meals. We will need to rely more heavily on research and evidence as we scale up those components of curriculum implementation support that have been proven to impact learning. This is also why teachers will need to be central to our education commitments, since they are key resource in delivering quality education. Importantly, the two goals of improving access and quality are complementary. As we approach universal access to primary education, the challenge is shifting towards retaining children in secondary school. Although a range of factors influence successful secondary school completion, it includes socio-economic factors. One critical success factor is being academically on track. In South Africa, the evidence is clear that primary school measures of learning strongly predicts completing secondary school. Ironically, if we are to improve our secondary school completion rates, we may need to address the quality of learning in primary schooling and even earlier in the early childhood development. Evidence from around the world confirms that the year between birth and school are a critical window of opportunity and risk. A child's brain and body develop rapidly during this period, and this development can be helped or impeded by factors such as health, nutrition, nature, and stimulation. When children benefit from these factors, by the time they start schooling, they are much more likely to have in place the foundations for their personal well-being and future success. However, the children, when denied these elements of nurturing care, there is a high risk that they will start school without having reached the key developmental milestones, making it harder for them to reach their full potential. South Africa's participation in international and regional assessment like Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study, which we normally call TIMSS, Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, PEARLS, and Southern and Eastern African Consortium for Monitoring Educational Quality, SACMEC, was a reality check about the quality of learning outcomes in our schools. On a positive note, it was because of these assessments that we were able to identify improvements happening over the last 20 years. Sadly, our path of improvement was dramatically interrupted in 2020 due to COVID-19 pandemic. All around the world, millions of children's education faced an unforeseen setback. In some countries, school closures led to increased dropout rates as children began to disengage with their schools. In other cases, like South Africa, we were successful at retaining children in school. However, lost teaching time negatively affected that children managed to learn. For those in their early years of education, this was perhaps most harmful. Although the pandemic was disastrous for education, a more optimistic way of deflecting on it is recognizing how important schools are for our children. When schools were closed and children did not receive meals daily, child hunger spiked. When children could not attend school, they fell behind their age-appropriate levels of learning, and the pregnancy rate rose up. Clearly, schools make a significant difference in learning and overall well-being of our children. This should motivate us to further expand access to high quality and inclusive education. As the skills needed for a changing world rapidly evolve, we must have education systems that are responsive. As education, we must respond to the needs of the economy countrywide and in Africa. This year's theme on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, subjects and technical and vocational education will be critical. This will include teacher training in STEM pedagogy, establishing state-of-the-art STEM resource centers, and fostering partnership with industries for real-world exposure and mentorship opportunities. We have undertaken a range of initiatives aimed at equipping South African children with the skills and competencies necessary for a changing world, particularly what we normally call the three-stream model curriculum, entrepreneurship, school of specialization, and decolonization of the curriculum. The coding and robotics curriculum for grade R to 3 and grade 7, as well as the curriculum statement for occupational subjects for grade 8 and 9 have been developed. Although the core business of schooling for children to learn, we also recognize that schools must be safe spaces that promote holistic health and well-being. This has implications for school infrastructure. Our nearly completed sanitation appropriation for education, we call it in South Africa SAFE, Sanitation Appropriation for Education program, has targeted nearly 3,000 schools that depend on basic pit toilet, dependent earlier on basic pit toilets. The Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative has also made significant progress in replacing inappropriate structures and improving water supply, electricity supply, and sanitation in public schools. For children to reach their full potential, they need a range of interconnected and diverse support systems. One of this year's theme focuses on this very issue. In South Africa, we have several programs targeting overall health and well-being, largely through incredible partnership with global organizations like USAID, UNESCO, UNPFA, and UNICEF. These programs include HIV and AIDS life skills, HIV and TB, integrated school health, comprehensive sexuality education, and prevention and management of learner pregnancy programs. One of our most successful pro-poor programs is the National School Nutrition Program, through which we feed over 9 million learners every day in our schools. As we reflect on our collective continental and global commitments, such as the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Sustainable Development Goal, I want us to consider the strategic role of these global commitments. In contrast to global commitments, local politics often focus on short-term needs and outcomes. In education, the political focus may be on issues like school infrastructure, financial aid to university students. However, the most significant educational development needs today are those with long-term benefits to society. Access to quality early learning. Similarly, local politics tends to respond to the needs of the largest constituencies rather than addressing those on the margins of the society in vulnerable situation. Therefore, global development commitments play a crucial role in fostering collaboration and commitment to long-term development goals and socially just education systems that are inclusive. President, as I conclude, as we continue working together during this AU Year of Education, I hope we can collaborate more closely with one another. We have structures in Africa that bring education together, that promote the ICT. We meet twice a year to take education in Africa forward, and we also meet to discuss on STEM subjects and to respond to the needs of the economy of Africa. I hope we raise awareness throughout the continent about aspects of education that need greater value or change, attract more resources to support education, prioritize critical, and hold ourselves accountable for achieving ambitious goals we have committed to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Another round of applause. Please register to make a contribution on this very important topic for us all. I have few that have registered. I'll start with His Excellency Koloku Chaine. Chaimi, sorry. Chaimi. Yeah, Chad.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable Président. C'est plutôt...
Thank you very much, Honorable President. It's rather Kolotu. Kolotu. Dear Fortune Chirumbura, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Presidents of National Assemblies, my dear clerks, experts, dignitaries and resource persons, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I am very grateful and privileged to take the floor before this august assembly. May I equally thank Chief Fortune Chirumbura for his leadership in the organization of this conference, as well as the generous welcome at Minran, which is a token of the Pan-Africanism and our collective quest for a strong and sovereign Africa. Before continuing, may I also convey the brotherly greetings and the sincere apologies of His Excellency Dr. Haroum Kabadi, President of the National Transition Council of Chad, whom for reasons beyond his control could not be present with us here. However, he deemed it necessary to wish us success in these deliberations and reaffirmed his commitment towards the Pan-African cause. I would like to use this opportunity to briefly come back on the history of the political transition in Chad. After a period marked by complex challenges, our country has made a giant step with the last election in May of His Excellency Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, President of the Republic, who was elected first President of the Fifth Republic in Chad. This election, building on democratic principles, opened a new era made up of a new institutional societal renewal. The elected president and his government built their governance on the 12 points on an ambitious blueprint to meet the aspirations of the Chadian people, through which the fourth point on the reform of the educational system in Chad. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, Educate an Africa Fit for the 21st Century, resonates pertinently and is in line with the aspirations of our continent, as our legendary icon Nelson Mandela, the most powerful arm that you can use to change the world is education. It is this arm that we have to hone in order to build a strong, confident, and prosperous Africa. In Chad, education is more than ever before a national priority. The fourth pillar of our country's blueprint aims at transforming our education, laying emphasis on the promotion of quality education, the integration of the digital in training, the revamping of the teachers' profession, and the active inclusion of the diaspora in the training domain. Innovative access such as introduction of the civic education, leadership, and partnership in school programs are equally considered in order to train enlightened and responsible citizens. We also have to reform our higher education system by laying emphasis in building strategic competencies and scientific research for them to become engines of economic growth. The Chadian diaspora, with its talent, will play a central role in this transformational dynamics. Honorable dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, education is and would always be key to our development. It builds a critical thinking, opens the road to progress, and liberates the potential of our society. However, it's worth noting that our colonial educative heritage has not been adapted to our reality. The system built for other contexts have failed to meet the profound needs of our populations. We are at a decisive turning point. Our education systems must not only be tailored to our values, but should be resilient enough to meet the current challenges, which amongst other are globalization, health and climate crisis, technological revolutions, artificial intelligence, and the constant socio-economic changes that we are experiencing. Honorable colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sheikh Anta Diop, one of the greatest African intellectuals, recalls that progress is not measured in terms of mimicry, but in terms of authenticity. We should therefore build educational systems that reflect our African genius, our ancestral values, and our ambitions to become masters of our destiny. It is by drawing lessons from the past, by adopting innovative strategies, and valuing our cultural heritage that we can craft the way for an autonomous, prosperous, and competitive Africa. The role of Africa in this context is to prepare our citizens not only to become economic actors, but equally citizens of the world who are capable of contributing to peace building, to solidarity, and to global justice. Honorable colleagues, distinguished guests, as African legislator, our fundamental role is to guarantee these educational reform, and these should not remain simple promises. The National Transition Council of Chad commits to use all statutory mechanisms to supervise and control governmental actions in order to ensure the effective implementation of these reforms. Our mission is to support the government so that each citizen benefits from this transformation. I therefore urge you, dear colleagues and African strategists, to ensure that your respective governments make of education an absolute priority while encouraging professional training initiatives and learning experiences. Allow me equally share the enriching experience that we lived recently during the 10th World Conference of Young Parliamentarians that took place from the 12th to 14th September in Yerevan, under the theme, Avoid Lost Generations, Preserve Education and Employment. On this occasion, the Chadian delegation was privileged to contribute to the comprehensive reflections on the crucial importance of education and employment in a multiple crisis context. We drew the attention on the specific challenges that Chad is facing, such as the consequences of climate change, the devastating flood, as well as the refugee crisis. These discussions, enriched by international participation such as the International Labour Organization, UNESCO, and the United Nations Development Programme, reaffirmed our feeling that education and employment remain the pillar of our youth's resilience. We therefore thank the President of the Republic of Armenia, who by his presence marked the occasion of and raised the occasion. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, education is an important lever, but alone it will not be enough to overcome the various complex challenges that our continent is facing. Climate change is a real challenge for Africa, especially for the Sahelian region. In Chad, the current floods have devastated several homes, infrastructure, and means of survival, and exacerbating an already difficult situation because of the massive movement and humanitarian crisis there. This because of the conflict in our neighboring Sudan. In this time of humanitarian and climatic crisis, African solidarity should be our strength. We should enhance our cooperation both within the African Union and through bilateral initiatives to meet or to face these natural catastrophes and humanitarian crises. The Chadian people have demonstrated a lot of resilience, but this resilience has some limits. We need the support of our African brothers and sisters to together face this challenge and rebuild a sustainable future. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, dear colleagues, presidents, and distinguished guests, the future of Africa builds on our capacity to invest in education, to protect our environment, and to strengthen our solidarity. As African parliamentarians, we should be committed to allocate the necessary resources towards these crucial needs. We should equally encourage the creation of connection platforms on employment and competencies to better enlighten our youth on the job market and revamp our economies. As historical legend Nelson Mandela said, it always sounds impossible until it is achieved. Let's make sure that the impossible becomes a reality for an educated, resilient, and united Africa to be possible. I reiterate the commitment of Chad to contribute towards an educated, resilient, and united Africa. With a strong political will and increased inter-African solidarity, we can transform the current challenges into opportunities and together build a better future. Before concluding, it seems crucial for me to advocate for the enhancement of the Pan-African Parliament, an institution whose potential is untapped despite its strategic importance for the integration and development of our continent. The Pan-African Parliament is only playing a consultative role without any legislative. Power. For this organ to be able to influence continental policies, it is urgent that member states ratify the Maputo Protocol. To date, as has already indicated the Pan-African Parliament yesterday, only 15 countries have ratified this protocol, whereas we need 28 for it to have legislative powers. I therefore recall the governments of the countries that have not yet ratified for them to do something, for this parliament to be able to play its role in the harmonization of African laws. We are equally facing this problem of statutory contributions. Many members have been lagging behind in their contributions, which is really a hindrance to the good functioning of our institution. It is more than necessary for each country to fulfill its financial commitments in real time to guarantee a stable and sustainable organization. The budget of the Pan-African Parliament has been halved since the COVID-19. This has significantly limited its activities and its capacity to achieve its missions. We therefore insist on the fact that the initial budget should be re-established for the Parliament to be able to function normally and carry out its missions. Lastly, it is unfortunate to note that African parliamentarians are actually attending the sessions at a pro bono basis. They are not actually remunerated as other parliamentarians. We therefore request that they should be treated at the same level as their counterparts of other organs of the African Union by giving them adequate fees that reflect their commitment and their contributions to the continent. Dear President of the Pan-African Parliament, colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, at this solemn moment, I wish to express our profound gratitude and our honor to the Pan-African Parliament and to you, dear colleague, for the honorable decision to baptize the plenary hall of the hemicycle after our compatriot, late Idris Ngeli, the former president of our noble institution. This symbolic gesture is so important for the Chadian people and the entire African continent. By this posthumous recognition, you are celebrating the memory of someone who has committed his life to the African unity, to peace and solidarity amongst African people. It is this homage, full of solemnity, is actually printing the heritage of this eminent son of Africa in the history of our parliament. We are grateful to you. Thank you very much for your kind attention and wish you fruitful discussions for the success of our historic conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is His Excellency Sinzo Angira Emmanuel, Burundi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Je pense que je vais...
I think I will introduce, but my colleague here present would actually share with the August Assembly the experience of Burundi. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, dear colleagues, President of National Assemblies, National and Regional Assemblies, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I am elated to speak to this August Assembly and as member of this 12th Annual Conference of Speakers of African National and Regional Parliament, and to share my thoughts on this theme of the African Union of the year. May I start by thanking the government of the Republic of South Africa for his legendary hospitality. It's welcome since the arrival of the delegation from Burundi in this country. The theme of our discussion, which is Educate an African Fit, I underscore an African Fit for the 21st century. That's Educate an African Fit. It is very important. Building resilient educative systems for increased access and inclusive learning all through the life of Africans is very pertinent, and that is what our presenter has touched on, having quality education. And I would like to use this opportunity to commend our guest who made this presentation on education, efforts that are put in place to meet this challenge. I am very much pleased to note that we will be discussing on this theme. I do know that in such conferences and meetings, focus is more on speeches, but I would rather prefer to align with the introductory note of our president, who suggested that we may we may prefer debates to speeches or speakers of national assemblies. I would wish that we should be, as parliamentarians, we should rather discuss more what should be the role of parliamentarians in, as far as this theme is concerned. Since we are in the country of Nelson Mandela, this icon of Africa, someone who committed his life towards fighting for a better world where people can be free and live peacefully, far from racism, inequalities, and with much contribution in the domain of education. Mandela defended education as one of the most important things for a society to improve and make progress equitably. Any child, wherever he or she is, has the right to quality education, and we have to underscore this. It is true that in Madame's presentation, the school attendance rate has increased. There have been much progress in many countries, but the question that is tickling my mind, is it really quality education? Is it a kind of education that meets the challenges of the 21st century? Is it a kind of education that is tailored to the needs of Africa? Is it education where there is alignment between education and job creation, employment, education and economy? I think these are questions that we as parliamentarians, we should be addressing. The budgets allocated to education, is it enough in our various national budgets? Is it enough? If we need a quality education, does the budget that we allocate meet these challenges? Because when we talk about quality education, this goes without saying that the budget must follow it. If we have to contribute the budget allocated to the educational sector, is it really in line with these requirements? This is the question, and I think that we should be able to discuss on this, because I know that in several countries we have declared free or universal primary education, free primary education. But the question is, does the cost of investment in education meet, or rather enables us to train children who would face the challenges that Africa is experiencing at the moment? That is the problem that I am trying to raise, because despite our need to transform education to meet the current challenges, there are major challenges, which is notably allocation of resources to this sector. And I think that we have much to do. The necessary certifications, we say we have mining resources, we have all what we need for development, but can the human resource really help us transform this raw material into finished goods? These are questions that we may want to address. We should be able to decolonize our education systems and see how to rethink an educational system that meets the African needs. And if my memory doesn't fail me, I think Madame, who presented, talked to us about a framework where they meet in a framework to see how to harmonize the educational system and build something that is relevant for Africa. These are the questions that, Mr. President, I would want us to address as members of parliament, as speakers of national assemblies who are duty-bound or adopt budgets, despite the political will of our heads of state. But if there aren't support measures, we would always talk about education, but it may not be quality education, because we need quality infrastructure. We need to enhance, or rather build the capacity of teachers. We should have quality teaching staff. We as members of parliament, we should be able to focus on these issues. May I also recall to this assembly that education remains a priority and key to the success of and development of our countries. It is an absolute priority. If we want a developed Africa, we should be able to equally invest in education, because Africa will only be developed by its own children, and these African children should be given the knowledge, equipped with the knowledge that will meet these challenges without much noise. I was saying that the experience of Burundi will be shared by my colleague from the National Assembly of Burundi. I'll conclude by leaving you with these question marks. Discussions on the budget that we allocate to the domain of education to be able to meet the concerns or the needs of this theme. Thank you, Mr. President.
His Excellency Hilda Ernesto Njojo, Mozambique.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, speakers of national and regional parliaments here present, distinguished members of the Pan-African Parliament that are present here, distinguished speaker and presenter, ladies and gentlemen, do allow me, first and most of all, on behalf of His Excellency, of Our Excellency Dr. Esperança Nguyen Bias, Speaker of the Mozambican National Assembly, whom we are representing in this august house and at this conference, we would like, as such, thank the invitation that has been sent to us to participate at this second annual conference of the speakers. On behalf of the Republic of Mozambique, and on my behalf, I would like to address to you, Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Zephaniah Charumbira, warm congratulations for your re-election to the post of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and would like to take this opportunity to wish you success in your mandate. We would like also to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to thank the care and attention that this organization has accorded to my delegation and myself. Ever since our arrival in Johannesburg, we've been accompanied and accordingly cared for, and we would like to thank you for that. Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, the theme that's of educating an African that is apt for the 21st century. And this topic is brought to us in a time that we face challenges not only in Africa but at the global level, such as military and political conflicts, climate changes, and others. I'd like to underscore the content that has been presented by the presenter and also take this chance to congratulate her for this brilliant presentation. Above all, the quality of the content that she has shared with us vis-a-vis education in Africa, and for having shared her magnificent experience of South Africa. Your Excellencies, the progress of African children is the progress of the world, because up to the mid-century, we will have 1,000 million adolescents below the age of 18 in Africa, which means 40% of the children and adolescents of the entire world at the ages between 0 to 18 years will be living here. This young population can be a very and highly potential source of our strong and powerful Africa and the world. And children and adolescents should benefit of the right opportunities so they can prosper and develop their full potential. This is a message that touches base on the growth of the youth. Is part of the executive summary of 2019 by UNICEF and the European Commission. As you can see, for the African child to be the tool for the development of the continent and as such of the world, education must place on her a very important role in her development, being it individual and or social. Education is fundamental for the creation of conscious and critical citizens, and that are ready to face the challenges of the modern world. The bet on education in Africa certainly will lead to an increase of the qualified labor force, which will contribute for a better productivity and innovation in the African continent. The focus on strong educational systems will lead to the enhancement of African economies and will actually make them more dynamic and sustainable, given that education promotes entrepreneurship as well as the generation of new opportunities on one hand. And on the other hand, education is one of the most efficient tools to fight poverty. As Africans, when we actually provide skills and knowledge to our citizens, we are actually opening the doors for better employment and obviously a better financial security, and as such, or consequently, for the well-being of our peoples. As we see it, the higher the quality of an individual, the better and the greater are his opportunities to break the cycle of poverty and gender and social inequalities. To sum up, education is one of these fundamental pillars for development of the individual and that of the people, so no collective in different paradigms and pillars, such as social, economic, political, and even the environmental dimension. Though, as an African, we should buttress a common thought which would entail an investment in education and as such creating opportunities or the premises or conditions so that the fundamental resources of our Africa can be adequately exploited and consequently a source of the well-being of our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mozambican vision on education concentrates in expanding the universal access, improve its quality of education, and promotes equality for all its citizens, especially in the fields, in the rural areas. Education in Mozambique has constitutional dignity and stresses essentially on its constitution being that the national education policy being also a fundamental tool for the socio-economical development, because we have the conviction that this is a fundamental weapon to fragilize poverty and promote the equal opportunities to all. And we would like to share here that in Mozambique we have universal education in the primary sector, ensuring that all children at school age have access to free primary education and with compulsory nature. This is aligned with the DGS and the policy of the United Nations, a policy that aims to secure equal and inclusive quality education to all. Our government and the government of Mozambique has been working to ameliorate the education in rural areas where the illiteracy rates and dropouts are higher compared to urban areas. An investment in school infrastructure and training of teachers have been very essential programs to reduce the disparities in the schools and between rural and urban areas. The improvement of teaching quality counters with the support of cooperation partners apart from the government, and this is channeled into the training of teachers, development of curricula that are adequate for better pedagogic knowledge. We also invest in professional and vocational education. That is one of the bets of the Mozambican government, given that we have the notion that this is important for the economic growth of the country. We've been expanding in this field of education that should respond to the needs of the labor force and the labor markets, promoting relevant capacities and conditions for economic growth. Inclusive education is one of the Mozambican educational system, thus securing that girls, children with deficiencies and population and other populations with vulnerabilities that have access to education. As such, the fight against the gender discrimination, social exclusion is also included in this main vision of inclusiveness. Your Excellencies, despite the progresses that are visible, we still face challenges vis-a-vis school infrastructure. We also face dropouts, the problematic of dropouts, essentially that of girls. And thus, there is a need for a better qualification of the teachers. Yet, we will somehow underscore that we have attained very positive results despite all these challenges. If we had to put the Mozambican educational vision in one word, we would say, or in one sentence, we would say that the Mozambican educational system is inclusive, accessible, of good quality, and that contributes for the development of the country and the betterment of the living conditions of the Mozambican population. Therefore, there is a visible exercise in Mozambique, and that impacts positively for the construction of resilient educational systems for an increased inclusive universal access, and that with quality and that is relevant, and which in the end contributes positively for the improvement of the livelihood of the African population, responding as such to the objectives of the Agenda 2063 of Africa, the African Agenda of 2063. We would like to once again commit ourselves in putting equity in the educational policy to secure that all children and the youth in the country have access to quality education. We are available for solid consciousness or awareness and of our parliament vis-a-vis the implementation of the continental strategy, education strategy, and the objectives related to education that are included in the 2063 African Agenda, as well as the DGSs that are related to this agenda. We would like once again to reiterate our gratitude for the opportunity that has been accorded to us to participate at this very important event of the speakers of national and regional parliaments at the headquarters of PAP. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muito obrigado. The next speaker is Excellency Fabakary Jatta, the Speaker of the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament and Vice Presidents, colleagues, speakers, and presiding officers here present, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, our resource persons, clerk and staff of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I crave your indulgence before I delve into the topic under discussion to make an appeal to my colleagues. This year marks 20 years of the existence of the Pan-African Parliament. And we are all aware of the critical role PAP plays in the realization of the ideals of the African Union. It's unfortunate, though, that PAP still cannot get its rightful position in the African governance architecture. I therefore appeal to colleague speakers for us to redouble our support to the PAP administration for the realization of the objectives that informed PAP's creation. Mr. President, I thank you for that perseverance. To the issue now, I join colleagues here with great optimism to discuss the African Union theme, Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, building resilient education systems for increased inclusion, lifelong quality, and resilient learning in Africa, which forms the basis of our convergence, could not have come at a much better time than now. It is obvious that education is the most empowering force in the world. It creates knowledge, builds confidence, and breaks down barriers to opportunity. For children, it is their key to open the door to a better life. Education is a fundamental right that has the power to transform lives and communities. For African children, education opens doors to a world of possibilities, empowering them to break free from the circle of poverty, become self-sufficient, and contribute positively to society. It equips them with vital skills, knowledge, and a sense of empowerment, enabling them to lead fulfilling lives and pursue their dreams. However, it is a sad reality of our continent that millions of our children never receive this key. They are destined to stay locked in circles of disadvantage and poverty. Our reality is that in the vast landscapes of Africa, a continent brimming with potential, lies a generation of children whose dreams and aspirations are often overshadowed by the harsh realities of poverty and limited access to quality and relevant education. This cannot continue. All children deserve to receive the precious gift of education. In fact, we have promised to give them. Under the Sustainable Development Goals, the blueprint for progress, the whole world has agreed that we are committed to give all children an inclusive and quality education by 2030. It is therefore time to deliver. Our convergence under such a team, therefore, ignites hope that not all is lost. It demonstrates our commitment and dedication as representatives of the people to empowering African children through education, allowing our young minds to flourish and shape a brighter future. I am therefore eagerly looking forward to the outcomes of this convergence, and I challenge all of us to take the resolutions that will be proffered here today to our respective countries for national debate, consideration, and implementation. Education stands as a cornerstone for societal development and peace promotion. In our efforts to educate the African to be fit for the 21st century, we should acknowledge that our people encounter a multitude of challenges that impede their educational journey, obstructing social and economic advancement. One of the pressing issues is the impact of geopolitical tensions on access to quality education. Conflict zones disrupt schooling, denying countless children the right to learn in a safe environment. Besides wars and geopolitical instability, hate speech is another impediment to education, particularly in a region marked by cultural and religious diversity. Confronting it is vital. The African child needs an education that not only impacts knowledge, but also cultivates tolerance and understanding. In a continent where diversity is both a strength and at times a source of tension, fostering an inclusive educational environment becomes imperative. Additionally, economic disparities pose barriers to education. While some students have access to state-of-the-art facilities, others face resource shortages that hinder their learning experience. Bridging this gap requires concerted efforts from governments, non-governmental organizations, and the international community. Promoting peace and countering hate speech through inclusive education involves creating an environment where diversity is not only acknowledged, but actively celebrated and integrated into every aspect of our educational system. Mr. President, to conclude, allow me to report that despite the challenges confronting us, the Gambia is at the vanguard promoting inclusive education and building resilient learning institutions in the country. The government over the years is providing free basic and secondary education to all people in the country, and technical and vocational training centers are also built to support skills development for youth to learn a trade and live decent livelihoods. The government, through its Education for All policy, is also ensuring that access to learning centers is within reach. In the Gambia, today, no child walks more than 2 kilometers to access a learning center. A youth empowerment initiative named Tekifi, meaning Succeed at Home, is enabling our youth to transform the livelihood skills acquired from vocational training centers into entrepreneurship. I hope this will serve as an inspiration for all of us to double our efforts to building resilient education systems for increased inclusion, lifelong quality, and resilient learning in Africa. On that note, I wish to reiterate that education has the power to transform lives, and it is crucial to empower African children with access to quality and relevant education. By addressing the challenges they face and supporting organizations dedicated to education initiatives, we can help unlock the potential of these young minds and pave the way for a brighter future in Africa. Together, let's ensure that every child in Africa has the opportunity to learn, grow, and realize their dreams. Let us all join the movement to uplift and empower African children through education, and let us make a lasting impact on generations to come. Dear colleagues, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Jatta. Just to add that Honorable Jatta is a former member of the Pan-African Parliament. Next speaker is Excellency Jabulani Mabuza, Eswatini.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And may I start by thanking the presenter for a very good and informative presentation on the theme on education and skill in Africa for the 21st century of our children as a background from the Kingdom of Eswatini to build a robust education system for the 21st century. Africa must focus on several key areas. Skills development is crucial, with an emphasis on expanding technical and vocational education and training TVET programs to provide young people with practical, in-demand skills and integrating digital literacy into the education system to prepare students for the digital economy. Effective policy and governance are needed, including the development of supportive legislative frameworks and the allocation of sufficient resources. Partnerships and collaboration with the private sector and international organizations can enhance educational initiatives, with emphasis on solutions and the promotion of STEM education to prepare students for future challenges. In the case of Eswatini, the role of Parliament, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini, through its core mandate legislation, oversight and representation, is heading to the thematic area in question. The various portfolio committees mainstream the importance of redressing qualitative educational outcomes by enacting laws to upskill the education system. The Kingdom of Eswatini has commendably allocated 20% of its national budget to the education sector in supporting early childhood education, technical and vocational education and training, TVET, accessibility and literacy in the lower grades. Evidence underscores that the importance of investing in early childhood education helps to facilitate easier learning and prevent students from falling through the cracks. Parliament further plays an integral part in creating resilient education systems through ensuring representation, deliberation, legislation, authorizing expenditure, holding the executive accountable, and oversight. And the legislative support This is done through the enactment of laws that prioritize education funding, ensure equitable access to quality education, and promote lifelong learning. This includes policies that support inclusive education for all, including marginalized and special needs groups. On budget allocation, there is steadfast assurance in adequate budget allocation for education and skills development. And this involves not only increasing funding, but also ensuring that funds are used efficiently and transparently. On policy development, the country ensures that there is development and implementation of policies that align with the UNESCO and African Union's education strategies and Sustainable Development Goals number 4, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. On oversight and accountability, monitoring the implementation of education policies and programs to ensure effective redressing of the needs of the population. This includes holding the government and educational institutions accountable for their performance through performance reports, debates, and scrutiny by Public Accounts Committee. On statistics, Parliament database is sourced from relevant ministries to ensure progress and tabling of evidence-based motions to ensure that the interventions are specific to the challenges at hand to enhance positive legislative review. On advocacy and awareness, there is higher awareness raising about the importance of education and skills development through public campaigns and community engagement. On partnerships and collaboration, facilitating partnerships between governments, private sector, civil society, and international organizations to leverage resources and expertise. Collaborative efforts by Parliament enhances the quality and reach of educational programs. On innovation and technology, promoting the integration of technology in education to enhance learning outcomes and prepare students for digital economy. This includes supporting initiatives that provide digital literacy and access to technological tools, and ratification of key conventions in education, namely UNESCO's the Convention on Technical and Vocational Education and the revised Convention on the Recognition of Studies, certificates, diplomas, degrees, and other academic qualifications in higher education in African states, encouraging the teaching profession reform through comprehensive quality teacher development programs, and to strengthen technical and vocational education and training, TVET, and higher education space through accelerated implementation of TVET and higher education strategies, use of learning passport in schools, distribution of 400 tablets to update web-based systems. On support by partners, partners have continued to play a vital role in supporting the education sector through the renovation of school classrooms impacted by climate change, support on computer provision, provision of science kits to rural primary schools, provision of assistive technology for identified learners with disabilities, and in other areas such as capacity building, support on provision of potable water through borehole systems and feeding schemes to mitigate on SRHR issues for development of a healthy mind. And technological integration, addressing this kind of digital divide is essential for preparing students for the demands of the 21st century job market. Thus, there is collaboration with ESICOM, Eswatini Communication Regulatory Body, Eswatini Royal Science Technology Park, Eswatini Telecommunications Company to mitigate on connectivity and network issues. Under entrepreneurial skills, these are fully enhanced through relevant curriculums designed promoting skills development at elementary school level and with specifics of competency-based education. On key strategies for building resilience by Eswatini includes the following: inclusive education, early childhood development programs through supportive environment and more, teacher development with respect to professionalism and recruitment and retention, curriculum reform, reviewing, and update the curriculum to ensure its relevance to the 21st century, TVET and CPE is the way to go. Disaster preparedness. In conclusion, Eswatini strongly upholds that a united nation can lead to a transformative change in Africa's educational landscape. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Excellency. The next speaker, Excellency Sabine Ntakarutimana, Burundi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour cette opportunité.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
She's talking.
The theme of the African Union, which places education at the heart of the integration of our continent. This laudable initiative meets the requirements of the African continent to eradicate illiteracy and train African people who are conscious of the stakes of the 21st century. Burundi is leaving no stone unturned to adapt its education system to the current trends in the Great Lakes sub-region on the African continent. On this note, since the institution of democracy in our country in 2005, Burundi advocates for a universal education through free education to all. Other measures were adopted to meet this objective, such as building schools, improvement of the quality of education, and conditions for school attendance. To illustrate, since 2020, the state adopted the measure to fight against school dropouts by creating school canteens. This initiative is quite important. It's so important that His Excellency, the First Lady of Burundi, is actually the godmother. In April 2023, through the prestigious coordination of His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, head of state, Burundi has developed an ambitious project entitled Vision Burundi Emergent Country by 2040 and Developed Country in 2060, which encompasses 22 goals. 3 focuses on education. That is developing quality education, setting up professional post-fundamental educational system adapted to emergence, and the development of a competitive higher education in science and technology. To conclude, I would say that there is no doubt Burundi is fully committed to educate an African fit for the 21st century through the building of an inclusive learning system all through their lives. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. President.
The next speaker is Excellency Honorable Excellency Kazombo, Malawi.
Thanks so much, Your Excellency the President and the Chief himself. Let me first commend you and the entire team in the Secretariat for coming up with those very, very important topics: trade, health, and today we're talking about education. We are here, all of us, because we once sat down either on a tree and learned, or in a classroom and learned. We have the doctors, the nurses, support of a teacher, support of education. So education is key, Your Excellency. I'll dwell much on 3 areas, of which some have already been highlighted by my colleagues. Number 1 is on the ECD, the early childhood development, targeting mostly on the rural areas, where we have a challenge. In urban setups, we have places where our kids to go to nursery schools, but when you go to the rural places, that is a challenge. Why do we need early childhood development centers, Your Excellency? 1, it lays the groundwork for learning. At this age, our children, their brain is like a sponge. They love learning and are curious about anything and everything. Leveraging this innate love of learning through early childhood education helps to create a lifelong attitude of learning. So we are bringing that element to love learning in a child, number 1. Number 2, Your Excellency, it aids cognitive development in early childhood. During early childhood development, changes are happening in their child's brain and body that have a lifelong effect. Because they are so curious at this age, the child's mind and body are almost always going at a full speed. Your Excellency, early childhood also teaches patience and teamwork. It also boosts the social and emotional development in early childhood. So it is very, very important that we as Parliament do focus more on funding nursery schools, especially those in the rural areas. Number 2, Excellency, I want to echo what my colleague from Eswatini said about skills training. Not all of our students will go to the university and get degrees. So it is important that we prepare our students in the other life after high school. That is, they should be able to survive on their own because they've been trained skill-free. It is important to empower students with skill-based training as the development of our economy depends upon them. Your Excellency, the other point that I want to focus on is retention of teen mothers to school. Most girls today are facing human trafficking because when they've withdrawn from school, they have no support. So as parliaments, as governments, what programs are put in place to make sure that our teen mothers go back to school? I am an example of a mother who gave birth to me at a tender age. But her mother took me to be with her. That's my grandmother. She went back to school. Today, she has 1 child who's the deputy speaker because her parents returned her to school. As government, what is it doing to support teen mothers? We have a challenge of human trafficking because our girls are not supported. Can we have a support, deliberate support to these girls who have children and they need the support from our government? Thanks so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Miriam Chonya. I remember She said she's turning in for a speaker from Zambia.
Yes, indeed, Mr. President, and thank you for this opportunity to debate on this very important subject of education, to which actually the colleagues that have spoken before me have done a lot of justice. I must also commend you for actually featuring this particular topic, which is resonating with our theme that we are looking at. And of course, you know, our own agenda for 2063, one of the aims is to have a well-educated citizenry and a skills revolution that is underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. So when we are doing various analyses about the performance of our education sectors, usually we'll look at the three umbrellas of access, quality, and relevance. In the area of access, we are looking at actually how many of our children are accessing the education system at various levels. And in this regard, the collection of data, you know, in education becomes cardinal, because then it informs, you know, the kind of decision making and investment that we are going to put in the sector to ensure that everybody, you know, accesses education and enjoys this very important human right. And so the key questions, you know, to ask when we are looking at access is actually to check whether all groups are accessing, and these will include vulnerable groups like children with disabilities. We are talking about inclusivity here. So how inclusive and friendly are our school systems to learners with disabilities? So usually the statistics will also tell us, you know, how we are doing in ensuring that this particular group, you know, is not left out. We are looking at what about the girls, you know, because access should go with retention. Accessing the system is one thing, but maintaining, you know, those numbers and also ensuring that there is full attendance, you know, is another thing. So this goes, you know, with strategies, you know, that are meant to retain, you know, those that would have accessed the system so that they enjoy a full cycle, you know, of attendance and attain the relevant skills. The aspect of out-of-school children, we need to examine the factors, you know, that lead to children dropping out of school, and therefore there's the need to address those pull and push out factors like the issues of distance from education institutions, the issues of pregnancy and early marriage, you know, become cardinal, you know, at this point. In the area of quality, the key questions pertain to the important aspects of teacher-pupil ratios, you know. How does that play out in the classroom situation to make sure that the children are not just there physically, but actually not grasping the concepts because the school environment is not conducive, you know, for them to learn. And well, teacher-pupil ratio is mainly associated with lower levels of education, but this also applies at the higher level of learning, where we are talking about student-lecturer ratios, for instance. The aspect of teaching and learning materials also an important one when it comes to considering the quality, you know, of education, because without these relevant tools to support, you know, the teaching and learning process, then our children again may not derive the best, you know, from the opportunity that they have to enter a classroom block. So this now comes to the question that somebody already mentioned about concerning how much our national governments are actually allocating to education to ensure that all these various needs are attended to. In Zambia, we have done extremely well in terms of ensuring access, especially following the actualization of the free education policy, which currently, our government, under the leadership of our president, His Excellency Dr. Hakainde Hichilema, is supporting. And what has happened with this policy now is that we have actually also decentralized the way the education system, is being managed. We have what is being referred to as the Constituency Development Fund. I'm sure that this fund, is also available in other countries. But what has happened in our case is that this fund has been enhanced so much that from 1.6 million, I don't know how much that translates to into dollars, it has grown, from 1.6 million kwacha to 30 plus million kwacha. And what this has meant is that these monies have actually been placed under the local authorities and very close to the charge of us, the honorable members of parliament. And it then helps us to identify, the needs within the community. And so far, education, across the various constituencies has been the biggest beneficiary, because we have built a number of classrooms that are meant to accommodate these children that have emerged, in the school system as a result of this actualization of the free education policy. The other very important aspect, in education pertains to the issue of relevance. How relevant, is our education? How suited are the curricula in helping to equip the learners with the relevant skills in order to, help the learners acquire an education actually that will help to solve problems. For instance, this afternoon, the aspect or the elephant in the room that continues to confront us, pertains to climate change, the problem of energy deficits, the challenge of infrastructure in Africa. How has our education system and the graduates, that come from our institutions actually helped, to resolve these important problems? So this is why, it is commendable that indeed our focus is on looking at educating a child that will be fit for the 21st century. If we don't address the digital divide, across the schools in the rural areas and in the urban areas, then how are we going to achieve this? It means that in our education planning, indeed, we must make sure that, these children, both in the urban and the rural areas, are well catered for, in order not to give undue disadvantage, especially those that are in the rural areas. Africa, Mr. President, is a young continent whose population consists of over 40% of children that are below the age of 15. So it is good that we are focusing on education, because this is one aspect, that our children will need. And as the adage goes, education is the best equalizer, and there is need, therefore, to ensure that education is made available to all the young people. In addition, there is need to ensure that our education curriculum, as I have alluded to, is designed to address the imminent challenges that the continent is faced with. Our young people need to learn both the theory and the practical skills that will enable them to contribute constructively to the continent. Education that incorporates life skills will help address high levels of unemployment on the continent. And unemployment is, one of those key challenges, again, that we are grappling with. So the skills, that can only be offered, through education are very, very important. Of course, coupled with the need to ensure that we integrate innovation and technology into our curriculums so that we continue to seriously, confront these challenges. In most of our countries, the challenge of technology and computer science education is still limited. So this makes it one of those areas, again, that requires investment so that our children indeed would be equipped with the skills that will help them to function in the 21st century. UNICEF has indicated in its reports that only about 1/3 of school-going children have access to some form of technology, including a computer. So we need, to address that, especially that we are in an environment that is technologically growing rapidly, and the education system needs to be aligned to address these emerging challenges. Mr. President, I thought I would add, those words even as we continue, grappling with these issues, as well as the important aspect of industrialization that Africa, has to ensure that it takes root. A colleague, was it yesterday, they were saying it's high time that we started producing our own chocolate, in Ghana, where the cocoa, is drawn. It goes back to these same issues of providing the relevant, skills to our own peoples of Africa so that, production and manufacturing can happen right here without depending on, countries elsewhere to come and, dump their products, that in fact would have originated from our own continent. With those remarks, Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, I believe again standing in for their speaker, Honorable Mungatana.
Asante Bwana Spika, ningeomba niongee Kiswahili. Bwana Spika, kule kwetu Kenya kuna video ambayo
Sorry, there is no interpretation in Swahili for this meeting.
Kijana wa Kikenya.
Sorry. Kuna how do you call it?
Kalimaji.
Wa Swahili.
Okay.
Asante.
So then let me try English now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Kenya, there is a trending video where on one side it depicts a Chinese boy and on the other side a Kenyan boy. They show this Kenyan boy singing, "Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb." And then on the other side, they show the Chinese boy actually sewing his clothes. The video continues. It shows again the Kenyan boy singing, I forget the song, but it's a nursery, another nursery mime. And then on the other side, they're showing the little
Chinese boy assembling a small phone. Mr. Speaker, I have wondered whether it is possible for us as a parliament to agree that it is necessary to create a curriculum that is Africanized, a curriculum that is relevant to the continent of Africa, a curriculum that will make the person who is educated in the northmost part of Africa the same as the person who is educated on the southernmost tip of Africa. So, Speaker, if that is not possible to create a curriculum that says this is African education, then is it possible for us to agree that there should be a standard, some standard things that we would teach African children across the continent? For example, our children should be able to know basic agricultural information, basic cattle keeping knowledge, so that, Mr. Speaker, apart from seeing what the parents are doing, they are able to know the planting season comes at this time. This is what you do to the cow when it's sick. This is how this djembe or this hoe is made, the technology behind this thing. Is it possible for us to create a curriculum that is uniform across Africa that tells us that basic computer knowledge is like this? This is what we do. This is how we create words across this, even if it is a virtual information, something standardized across Africa, so that if I'm working in Kenya and tomorrow I'm working in Morocco, my children can be equally competent to work in Morocco. If I'm working in Central Africa, tomorrow I'm working in Southern Africa, my children should be able to be competently recognized in terms of the kind of education that we create. So, Speaker, there are people who pride themselves that I have European education, and there's a reason. It's standardized across Europe, and everybody knows what comes out of European education. There are people who say, I have American or English education, but there are people who say, I have African education. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, we have not standardized education in Africa. We have not, Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up and I went to one of the best schools in Kenya, not private, public schools. And Mr. Speaker, I learned a lot about Benito Mussolini, about Hitler, Adolf Hitler, about, these Europeans. But, Mr. Speaker, next door neighbors in East African countries, you had to read the newspapers to know who started this country and what happened in your neighbor's country. But you had a lot of knowledge about what happened in Europe, what happened in the wars, but nothing. You would have to research for you to know about the Mufekane wars in the southern part of Africa. You would have to go out of your ways to learn, through research, but it is not given in the curriculum. So you don't have an Africanized education system. A person who is coming from some of these countries, they are very proud to be called French. They even, and some of these other people, they are so proud to be called English. I am an Englishman, and he's an African. Why? Because it's a product of our education. Is it possible, Mr. Speaker? Outside there, when you look at the billboards of AFCA, you see the great men of Africa
what they spoke about. But our children don't know anything about these people. But they will tell you about the American president, about Winston Churchill. They will tell you all those things because we don't have a uniform, standardized curriculum for African education. Even if children are growing up in Nairobi, they are growing up in some country or capital in Africa, they are just like European children. They are just like American children because we don't have something African, some African education, Mr. Speaker. So my prayer is that after all these submissions that have been given before, and are very good submissions, Mr. Speaker, many of whom I support, I wish we could carry a resolution that says that we are going to set up, or effort is going to be started to develop an African curriculum, African education, so that the person who is educated in South Africa and the person who is educated up there in Morocco, they will be able to have a standard kind of education, a standardized education. And that curriculum, Mr. Speaker, as it's being created, there should be infused in it issues about Africa. When did we start the OAU? Why was it started? When did we then move to African Union? Why do we have African Union? How many countries exist in the continent of Africa? How many states? How many regional economic blocks, directs that exist within Africa? Why is it that we need to develop a common market? Why must we learn these things when we are at master's level, when we are at PhD level, Mr. Speaker? This is something that I wish we can consider, that a resolution be passed here in this parliament that says that effort be started to create a continental standardized Africanized kind of education system that would help grow the African that will be ready for 21st century. Because what we have, Mr. Speaker, is not African. We have French education, we have IB, we have English education, and then some adaptation around here. That is not really African. I beg that such a resolution or something that is worked around such a thinking that would create something close to that could be worked out and we carry out as a resolution, so that we can start talking to our various parliaments that even as you do your education system, can you include this? That read in your curriculum that Kwame Nkrumah was this man who said this. Nelson Mandela was this man. Don't read about him in the newspapers. It should be implanted within our people so that our people can grow like the continent that we look forward and create a population that will help us move this continent to the next level. I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Came in after the last. Excellency Mohamed Reda Osala, Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished African parliamentarians, distinguished participants, at the very outset, I would like to once again bring you greetings of the Speaker of the Algerian Parliament, who wishes you success in your conference. He is confident that the theme of the year, which is to educate an African fit for the 21st century, is appropriate. I'd like to thank the Speaker who presented the paper. I'd like to thank her for the good paper she presented. I'd like to bring up certain issues which are of interest to us in Algeria in the field of education in order to have a purely African standardized approach. We as Algerians, we are proud of our African continent, and the experience of each of our countries is an experience which could be an example for other African countries while observing or complying with national specificities. For some years now, Africa has been fighting against illiteracy and colonial occupation. And here we are today talking about the establishment of a resilient educational system in Africa. And this is indeed a good development. So we should remain positive because of the developments that have occurred for the past few years. Unfortunately, most of the countries in Africa do not have enough resources to offer a minimum level of education in this new Africa. And this, of course, leads to certain frustrations. In fact, the problem is that we are not combating conflicts and colonial occupation appropriately, and that is why resources are scattered, and this doesn't allow us to be efficient in terms of all actions that we take in the field of education. And this also prevents us from offering the minimum required to enable access to schools for all our children, instead of actually compelling them to follow a system which is not compatible with the requirements and needs of the 21st century. In Algeria, we've initiated reforms to acquire knowledge which will help us to develop in Algeria. And this is being done under the sponsorship and supervision of President Tebboune. We need a system which takes inspiration from our constitution and our laws. So we must prepare our youth to become tomorrow's elite by adopting a new economic approach which will help them achieve different projects for the country. We have taken several initiatives to equip schools with electronic equipment, and we have training curricula in universities. We have a national school, which also institution for artificial intelligence. We also have a system by which we try to get the opinion and the views of students themselves to make sure that we can realize our ambition in Algeria. The new academic year will start on the in a few weeks' time. 11 million pupils will be starting the school year, and we have more than 30,000 schools with about 500,000 teachers. The Constitution of 2020 acknowledges the right to education for all Algerians, and we are making sure that we can improve the quality of education in Algeria. And education is mandatory and free of charge, and we'll do our best to make sure that all training institutions protect our children so that they are protected from any foreign political influence. Universities in Algeria will be receiving 1.8 million students for whom the state offers free education, and they also can access hostels free of charge. And this is all part of our responsibility, and this will help us create generations of Algerians capable of ruling the country in the future. So a lot of transformations have taken place in the country. which will protect the children against all problems and scourges, protection against alcoholism, against terrorism, and other vices. So the Algerian school is trying to put in place Algerian schools for the benefit of youth who are open-minded and capable of living appropriately in their times. And this is the objective of the entire Algerian society. We in Algeria, Mr. President, we believe that our economic and political objectives should be aligned with the interests of Africa. And this is, in fact, the vision of President Tebboune and all the other Algerians who are aware of the fact that we need to be African and we must receive African students and give them scholarships for their education through continental organizations, particularly the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament. We are trying to do our best to improve the financial situation of education, and we try to help African countries which are facing economic problems in this field. Now, regarding conflict resolution, we must do it peacefully. We need to also combat climate change. We also need to combat colonization, and we have to put in place all the required facilities to overcome all the false ideas, which was the case during the colonial times. And this is also the case with countries which were under colonial systems till recently. All this should be fought against, especially in the Sahrawi Republic. To conclude, I'd like to thank our host from South Africa for their warm welcome and hospitality. And I would like to also express my appreciation and gratitude to you for the good organization of our proceedings during this conference, during which we have had good discussions for the development of our continent. I thank you, Mr. President.
We can now ask the presenter, the minister. Can you do it in 5 minutes? Be very, very brief. We are now.
Is it working? Yeah. I'll try to be very, very brief because time is also against me. Thank you so much, Mr. President. And thank you so much for all the speakers that have spoken.
I'll try to.
To me, it tells that we need to strengthen the APRM. That will help us measure ourselves as to, are we going to the right direction? Are we responding to the SDG 4 for education as Africa? Because we cannot be undermine ourselves as Africans to think that there are people that are better than us. We are also better in our own right, and we can still do things. It's just that maybe that's how we're meant to believe that we are inferior, yet we are not. So thank you so much. Most of the presenters, they are speaking about access, about quality education. I'm so happy that speakers who are the chairpersons of legislatures in the countries are speaking about the resources. Resources in education, especially as we respond to the demands and the needs of the economy, will always be, as education will always need more resources, that we need more, because as we expand, it means more resources. As we increase access, it needs more resources. So maybe in South Africa, I can say the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa makes education to be compulsory and free from grade 1 up to grade 9. That one is compulsory and free. Then there was no legislation that is criminalizing any parent that will withhold a child not going to school. So on the 13th of September, just the day before yesterday, President signed that piece of legislation that is making grade R also to be compulsory, and to make it a criminal offense for any parents to keep a child not to go to school, whether, regardless of the status of the child, whether the child has a disability or what, if the child is at a school-going age. But though the Constitution compels that compulsory education is up to grade 9, free education goes up to first degree at university level in South Africa for deserving parents. So if somebody does not go to school, it's your will and wish, but that's why we have put this act now that is criminalizing that. You can't linger around the streets when you are in the school-going age. So, yeah, I indicated that we need to strengthen the APRM, and in South Africa also, seeing that the early ages of a child, when you educate a child at between 0 to 4, that which they received at that age does not leave the system early. That cohort has been moved from social development, now is in education, which means education now starts at 0. Is the responsibility of basic education to make sure that we teach learners from 0 up to grade 10, which is basic education, then higher education. So in strengthening and supporting, because we don't have enough capacity for universities and TVET colleges, because we are not pushing for universities only. We have TVET colleges, but the capacity is not enough. As basic education, then we came up with the 3-stream model that those who want to take, copied of course from Zimbabwe, those who want to take the academic route must go there. Those who want to take the vocational route after passing grade 9, then we support you to take that vocational or skills. That's why we have such schools, and we have schools for specific fields. We have schools for agriculture, schools for tourism, schools for aviation, maritime. Yes, we are not yet there where we want to be, but we are still, some are piloting, some I have moved, like agriculture, every province, every district, and many circuits have such a school of agriculture. We are strengthening the other schools depending upon the sector. Where mining is very dominant in that area, we are building schools for mine, schools for engineering, schools for every sector that is there. So that's what we are doing in South Africa. So we are working, of course, with civil society, with SGPs, with teacher unions, all of us together, because we cannot rely only on the minds of those that are leading the department, because there are other greater minds outside. That's why public participation in education is key. We sit together, including academics, of course, that we sit together, we shape the education that will talk to the needs. So as Africa, we need to love ourselves. We need to love one another. We need to accept ourselves as Africans. No one will accept us on our behalf. That's why in South Africa now we are piloting to make history, South African history and African history, compulsory in all our schools, so that our children will be patriotic. That's why they will want to be Americans, they will want to be that, and not wanting to be Africans, because that's what we have made them to be. So we need to change that they start to have a self-esteem about themselves as being Africans. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you for being very brief, Minister. Just 1 or 2 statements. I'm told South Africa has introduced in all faculties of law, and I got this from Pretoria University, the law faculty, that is now a requirement that when you teach your law, you have to bring in the African traditional approach to that same principle of law. So commercial law, you don't just have to depend on Western law jurisprudence. You have to say, in our own culture and practice, what was a contract? What was a contract? In the African sense, what is a contract? Between persons. Not as quoted from somewhere else outside Africa. I understand it, Pretoria University are doing it. Every faculty, the Faculty of Law is compelled in all its courses to make sure that you also have to bring in the African way of understanding the same principle of law. And I think it's now 5 years old also. So thank you very much. And in fact, 3 days ago, on Tuesday, I had a discussion with Professor Maloka, who was heading a PRM. I wanted to invite him to do a presentation, but I think next time. He said he would have wanted to come to present to the speakers the issue of African law, which is Africa does not have its own jurisprudence, or that we call law on this continent. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Islamic could be the only one. What we call law in all various jurisdictions, it is based either on French, Portuguese, English, Roman Dutch. There is nothing about Africa, the laws that's why we have a problem with the laws that we apply. They are not ours. They are not rooted in our own values as Africans. And he said, I want to come and give a speech to the speakers that yes, they are making laws in parliament, but whose law is it? So that those are challenges that exist. Anyway, thank you very much. We can excuse you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This debate on education is ongoing. Thank you very much. The minister had to fly from Mpumalanga to come here to present, and she's flying back. So we need to thank you again for, yes. In terms of our program, we should move to climate change. And then probably we'll end there for the day. We'll combine 2 short presentations tomorrow morning on the reform of the African Union and PAP institutional arrangements, and we would want the speakers to make an input into that, because it's very, very important that the parliaments, heads of parliaments can also make an input into how PAP, national parliaments, regional, AU, how we should work together so that we are mutually reinforcing. So then we intend that tomorrow's presentation cannot go beyond, or business cannot go beyond 11 a.m. I assure you. Between 9 and 10, on 11 will be done. That I promise it will be managed in such a way that we finish. So the presenter on climate change, the impact of climate change on the continent and Africa's strategic pursuits going into COP29. You are welcome. I hope it won't be too long,
So, Your Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Fortune Charubira, Your Excellencies, Speakers of our National Assemblies and the Senate in various countries across Africa, distinguished Honorable Members of Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you in Swahili. Habari yenu?
Nzuri sana.
I wanted to progress with Swahili, but I heard when my colleague, Dr. Honorable Gatana, spoke in Swahili, I think there's no translation. So let me continue in English. Anyway, my name is Charles Mwangi. I work for Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance as a Director of Programs and Research. And I want to appreciate you most sincerely, Your Excellency, for giving us yet another privilege to actually make a presentation to this esteemed House and on this critical matter of climate change. Indeed, as you think about adjusting the curriculum and coming up with a curriculum for Africa, please consider putting climate change as part and parcel of that particular curriculum, like Honorable Mogatan has proposed. But having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be very brief, like His Excellency has indicated, because I know there's not much of time. And I want to mention that Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is very, very privileged to work very closely with the Pan-African Parliament. We are not government. We are an ungovernmental organization. And we are therefore an alliance of civil societies from across various sectors, women groups, youth groups, indigenous people, and together, we work across Africa in 51 countries. So we are arguably the largest civil society network pursuing climate justice. And Your Excellency inviting us here is a clear indication that we must work together, all units, whether we are civil societies, whether we are governments, and whether we are private sector. Indeed, the reason as to why we do exist is to advocate for climate justice and really to push for the African narrative on climate justice. Because there's nobody else who can be able to define climate justice better than Africa. Because Africa is on the receiving end, even though we are only emitting 4% of the total greenhouse gases emissions. And therefore, we actually are the ones that are wearing the shoe. So we know where it pinches most. But I want to thank you most sincerely, Your Excellencies, also for taking your time to also listen to this particular presentation, because climate change is the biggest existential threat that is facing humanity. And make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is no longer an environmental issue. In fact, I don't know why still in Africa, we domicile climate change in the Ministries of Environment. Other countries in the West are now moving climate change to other dockets. Some are putting it in the Ministries of Economy and others in planning and so on and so forth. Because climate change touches on every sphere, every unit of our development. And therefore, we must look at it as a developmental issue. And whenever debates or whenever motions are brought in your houses, I implore you, Your Excellencies, please consider climate change as an issue that touches on all aspects of our human life. But climate change, ladies and gentlemen, maybe just to mention, it is actually caused by our actions as human beings because of burning of fossil fuels, emitting greenhouse gases emissions, and those are the ones that cause global warming culminating into climate change. But historically, like we are all aware, Africa is industrialized, but countries that have progressed mostly are the ones that have contributed more in terms of greenhouse gases emissions. And therefore, when we talk about climate justice, we are therefore asking that those who are responsible should therefore take the first line in terms of addressing this particular crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at that particular picture I'm showing there, the illustration, it's actually showing that the greenhouse gases are actually increasing. And the green layer that you see there is accumulation of methane, it is accumulation of carbon dioxide, it is accumulation of nitrous oxide, and this is coming from our factories. It is coming, from burning our forest, and so on and so forth. And that is increasing at a very high rate, to the extent that we are heading to 1.5 degree temperature rise above pre-industrial times. And science is telling us, through IPCC data, that if we reach 1.5, then climate change might be irreversible. And therefore, we must fight. We must work to ensure that we keep the 1.5 degree dream alive. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at that particular graph, it's quite worrying that these gases, the greenhouse gases, have been very, very moderated all the way until 18th century, when they took an astronomical turn. And we are actually moving up in terms of those particular emissions, and therefore we really must actually cut them down if we really are serious about our own survival. And like I did indicate, climate change is a poverty issue, it is an equity issue, it is a justice issue, it is a humanitarian issue, it is an economic issue, it is an energy issue, and it is even a health issue. Last year at COP28 in UAE, we had a whole day again thinking about health. And if you look at some of the mental health issues our people are having, it is actually a direct cause of climate change. When that pastoralist loses all the livestock, say one had 1,000 heads of livestock and you lose all of them, and the cultural, connection, between some of these communities and livestock, you can imagine what that means. If you think about Malawi, of communities that lost their livelihoods and their families, and most of them are actually still in camps as a result of cyclones that happened in Malawi, you would understand that it's actually a humanitarian issue. But most importantly, it is also a political issue. And because you deal, your politicians yourselves, basically, you should also understand that it's a political issue, and therefore it also requires a political solution. And therefore, sitting where you sit in your seats as the speakers of national assemblies, you have a role in terms of ensuring we have political goodwill, in terms of implementation of strategies and enacting policies that really support climate response in our respective areas. For those of you who come from Horn of Africa, last year we experienced the worst drought in 40 years. In Kenya, I think we lost about 2 million animals, and other countries lost others. And like I did mention, if you look at Malawi, they have experienced, I think, 7 cyclones, and God knows which of the cyclones are going to hit them. And as we are talking, Nigeria, is actually engulfed by France and Benin at the same time. So all these impacts are real, and we're experiencing them, all the time, and our people are really struggling very, very, very much in terms of cushioning themselves against such impacts. But ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 ways of dealing with climate change. And you're probably familiar with these 2 terms, very simple terms, mitigation and adaptation. Now, mitigation, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about reducing the amount of gases we are emitting to the atmosphere. That is mitigation, whether we are talking about cutting down on use of fossil fuels, whether we are talking about cutting down on use of coal, that is mitigation. And mitigation could also imply, removal of emissions that are already in the air. And when we're talking about reforestation projects, so that we can build our carbon sinks, now that is mitigation. But adaptation, which is our biggest priority in the continent, and which, Your Excellencies, would wish you to support us in pushing through, adaptation is the biggest agenda for Africa. It's all about cushioning our people against the impacts of climate change. It's about the duty to allocate resources to protect people, that are impacted by climate change. And whenever you go to the international arena, you are probably familiar with the fact that adaptation is being pushed to the periphery. Yet it is what we need most. In fact, climate change does not give us any other options. We can only adapt or adapt. And therefore our governments, the governments that you also support in your respective capacities, are already spending 5 to 9% of our GDP in dealing with adaptation, knowingly or otherwise. And therefore, when we keep on asking for the duty bearers, when we keep on asking for the higher emitters to contribute more and to support adaptation more, then there's a reason as to why we are talking about that. But if you look at climate finance architecture as it is now, it's only 25% that is coming to adaptation, but 75% is going to mitigation. Indeed, there is even data indicating that it's only 5% coming for adaptation. 95% is going to support mitigation. Why? Because mitigation presents job opportunities to the high emitters. And it's all about selling renewable energy technologies to the continent. But adaptation is seen as a public good. Yet that is what our people need most. But even 95 or 75% going to mitigation and supporting renewable energy technologies, only about 2% of total investment in renewable energy is coming to Africa. Yet we have 630 Africans without power. Your Excellency, when we had a challenge with the power in the morning, I think it was just symbolic that indeed our people are in darkness. Half of Africa is in darkness. And therefore, even as we talk about mitigation resources, can we get those technologies coming to Africa? Can we get those investments coming to Africa? Because for Africa, energy is to support us in terms of adaptation. And we have a number of challenges we have in the continent, ladies and gentlemen. And one of them, majority of countries in Africa, you're aware, we are listed as least developed countries. And therefore, our development is not really at par. But again, we're also talking about our economies. The backbone of our economies is basically agriculture. But then agriculture that we practice in Africa is 95% dependent on rainfall. But rainfall is a direct, a factor of climate change. We have been experiencing erratic rainfall patterns, and therefore climate change really hits the core, really, of our existence, and it's something that we must really think through as we move on. And again, climate change poses systemic risks in Africa, and it only becomes a threat multiplier because we have other challenges, public health challenges, and so on and so forth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, therefore, some of the challenges that we have that are ahead is that we are arguing that current global finance flow for adaptation is insufficient, like I've mentioned, and therefore, as we proceed to COP29 in Azerbaijan this year, we must ask for enough resources. The current contribution towards adaptation in the whole world is only 20 billion, and that is looking at the 2019 baseline. And therefore, the negotiation has been about doubling adaptation finances. Now, even if we double, we get to 40 billion per year. But the gap, believe you me, is about 387 billion US dollars gap per year. Now compare 20 currently with that about 387. The gap is so huge. And therefore we continue calling, especially for the developed country partners, to give resources that can actually be able to support adaptation. And make no mistake, we don't have scarcity of resources in the world. If one country can support war budget in 3 countries to a tune of 95 billion in one sitting of Senate, 95 billion US dollars, then it means there are resources in this particular world. Indeed, 20% of the countries are the ones responsible, about 20 countries in the world are responsible for 80% of the emissions. But then those 20 also control 80% of the global GDP. So money is there, but it's only that our priorities are inverted. And we must continue pushing that climate change must be seen as a critical challenge that we must actually be able to deal with. Number 2 is that we already are experiencing gaps in terms of projected emission reduction. Now, IPCC is telling us that we have to reduce our emissions by a whopping 43% if we are to keep the 1.5 degree temperature goal alive. But 43% cannot come from Africa, because ours is only 4%. It means a bigger chunk must come from somewhere else. So as we talk about the third version of our nationally determined contributions, our NDCs, we must make sure that even as Africa overcommits, because we always overcommit. My country, Kenya, for example, we have committed to reduce our emissions by 32%. But when you go to where the emissions are coming from, the NDCs, their commitments are negligible. Yet that is where we need to have a lot of commitments in that regard. So we must continue pushing for our developed country partners to significantly cut their emissions. And then, of course, it's important that we also, that while efforts are being made to understand and advocate for inclusive climate financing models, challenges still remains, in terms of fully grasping the implications of these models of climate finance. And again, it's important to also remember that a lot of climate finance is also coming in form of loans. Even through Green Climate Fund, that is supposed to support resilience building in Africa, why are we still getting this money in form of loans? Why are we doing business with the poor? I mean, we are saying grants must actually be prioritized rather than sinking our countries in bigger debts. Indeed, 65% of the total GDP in the continent is going towards payment of debts. And therefore, we cannot call debts climate finance. So we cannot continue giving more debts and assuming that is climate change. That must come in form of grants to salvage, this particular continent. And ladies and gentlemen, the current edition of NDCs, or nationally determined contributions, which are basically blueprints that you're probably familiar with, development blueprints, that takes a low carbon trajectory, and of course with the target of reducing emissions, all of them in the world are taking us to a trajectory of 2.7 degree temperature rise. Now compare 2.7 and 1.5 that we want to maintain. It is ridiculous. Why? Because again, the commitments from the North is not as much as we expect. And I want to indicate, ladies and gentlemen, that as we think about climate justice, we talk about 3 important forms of justice, and these, because you're lawmakers, you understand probably better than I do, that we look at distributive justice, then this is where we say, or we ask ourselves, who should bear the duty of addressing climate change and who should be the beneficiaries? And the other one is distributive justice, where we actually argue that those who have caused climate challenge must actually lead in fixing the problem. Now, procedural justice again, we are saying those who don't have a voice, for example, our voices from the South, must be given the voice. And that is the role we play, for example, as civil societies, as an alliance of civil societies. When our negotiators go for negotiations, there are things they will not say because of diplomatic considerations. But from where we sit, we're able to put, somewhat, plainly, and we're able to continue pushing our common Africa position in most of these negotiations in terms of giving voice to the voiceless. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to move on because of time and straight on to basically what are some of our focus going to COP29. There are several areas that are of critical importance, and one of them is, like I did mention, adaptation. And what we are following on in adaptation, we are looking at what we are calling the global goal for adaptation, which is something we have been negotiating, which is something that has been elusive, because while we have a temperature goal, while we have a mitigation goal, the world has been very slow in coming up with adaptation goal. Again, for the same reason, adaptation seems to be a public good, and therefore it's not prioritized. And we have been discussing the indicators, for global goal for adaptation, but we are pushing for finalization of the global goal for adaptation. And that goal must also be informed by the realities in the field. It must be informed by the felt needs of the communities as we move, forward. And then we're also saying that we need sustained elevation of adaptation in the global climate policies, in the implementation of NDCs, and attract, a minimum 2 times the current levels of adaptation finance. So what we're saying is that we need more than doubling of adaptation, resources in the continent of Africa. But one of the challenges we have is that even as we negotiate adaptation and our national adaptation plans, we are being told we must finance them also significantly internally. And therefore, we are being pushed to domestic resource mobilization. But I've just mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, your countries, you're already spending more than 5 to 9% of your budget to finance adaptation. So nobody come and tell us that we are not contributing internally. We are actually contributing, in a very big way, in terms of adaptation. And therefore, when you're calling for now global resources to finance adaptation, that must also be understood. And we are saying that this goal must not be an empty goal. We are saying the goal must also be aligned with means of implementation. And that is becoming a big bone of contention as we negotiate adaptation, as an agenda item. We must have means of implementation. Those are finances, that is capacity building, and those are technologies. That must actually be accompanied by the same. But the big question is climate finance, ladies and gentlemen. And this year, as we head to COP29, that COP has been branded as a COP of climate finance. It has been branded as a COP of climate finance. The last year's COP was COP of accountability. Now, this one is on climate finance. And the big animal, the big elephant in the room, is what we are calling new, quantified, collective finance goal, what they are popularly calling NCQG. Now, remember in 2009 in Copenhagen, we had a very big, promise and a commitment to contribute $100 billion per year until 2020. And that was supposed to go in terms of supporting countries like us, who are developing countries and who are at the verge of collapse as a result of climate change. But where is that money? Now, if you ask from other sources, they'll tell you that that was met. But if I ask you, because you also represent people on the ground, is that money being seen? Do you see the impact of such money? The reality of the matter is we did not manage to collect that 100 billion per year promise, and therefore that became a mirage. It became a white elephant. But again, if I ask you, how did the world come to arrive at 100 billion? Did they consider any parameters to arrive at that figure? No. It was just a political figure. It did not consider national realities. It did not consider the realities of developing countries or the actual needs on the ground. And therefore, there is that need of now coming up with that new goal. And we are saying in that new goal, it must be informed by the actual needs and the realities on the ground. Our adaptation needs, our mitigation needs. And therefore, Africa is actually pushing for a quantum under NCQG, which is 1.3 trillion US dollars per year. 1.3 trillion US dollars. And I want to say this is a conservative figure because if we look at our NDCs, we require a total of USD 3 trillion in Africa to implement our NDCs. So we are saying that 1.3 therefore is just but a very, very conservative figure. But again, the kind of conversation that is going on in the negotiation rooms is that we will be pushed within this particular quantum to start now looking at private investments, to start looking at loans, to start looking at even concessional loans. And we are saying this 1.3 must not necessarily involve drones. It must not also be confused with the ordinary ODA, overseas development assistance, which has always been given out. It cannot be confused with the same. It must be new and additional. It must be new and additional. And then moving on again, there is the agenda on transition. And I think last year, I think for the first time, there was recognition of the issue of fossil fuels really as one of the biggest contributors, to the emissions. And we are saying we must therefore be able to see how then we narrow down in terms of use of fossil fuels. And Africa, we must actually think ahead. We have an opportunity to take a different development trajectory than what was taken by our partners in the North. And therefore we are saying, even as we continue transitioning, we must also be careful so that we don't end up with what we call stranded assets. And stranded assets in this particular regard, I want to say, if you go to Norway today, the number of electric cars that are being used on the roads is way too high. That is a trajectory we are taking. We are in a green revolution. So at some point we might find ourselves with our oil and nowhere to sell, to sell our oil. So in other words, even as we continue using our fossil fuels, but we must also continue taking a green trajectory in a way that we don't end up again finding ourselves in a situation with resources that will not be in use. Remember, we normally import second-hand vehicles mostly. So when we start importing now the ones that are actually electric, what happens, in terms of the petrol-led engine? So we must continue thinking together. As we think about our curriculum, we must also look at our trajectory and be able to move wherever the world is moving in terms of greening our economies. But again, we are saying transition must also be seen to be fair. We talk about graceful transition because we are not at par. We are saying that 630 million of us don't still have access to power. So if you tell them to transition, what are they transitioning from? They don't even have that fossil fuel driven, or generated, energy. What they need is energy. And therefore we are saying as we transition, we must not adopt just transition as a terminology the way it is understood from the North. We must interpret it in our own context. There are some conversations around agriculture where agriculture is now being viewed or being pushed to be viewed from the point of mitigation so that it is looked at as an emitter of greenhouse gases. So that we are told that I have to go and tell the Maasai community to reduce their livestock. So where on earth would you go and tell communities to reduce sources of their livelihoods? I mean, the amount of methane emitted by the livestock in Tanzania or in Kenya by the Maasai community, it's negligible. It's about livelihoods. And therefore, we must look at agriculture from adaptation point of view, but we must not be pushed to think about agriculture, from mitigation point of view. And even transition, we must be able to transition gracefully. We must look at the issues of energy from the point of access, to support adaptation for our people, to establish cooling plants for their products, so that we avoid about 30% post-harvest losses that we do experience every year. The other big elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen, is loss and damage agenda item. And like you are aware, this is one of the agenda items that we have been pushing right, left, and center. And we really fought so hard to even have our partners accepting that we can have a loss and damage facility. Thank God, last year, at least, through the UAE presidency, COP28 presidency, we were able to secure at least operationalization of loss and damage facility. Why? Because we are experiencing losses, we are experiencing damages, and those damages must be paid for. However, establishment of a fund and operationalizing it is one, but capitalizing the same is the other. Now, it was so embarrassing last year in Dubai, and I know probably some of you were there, when we only got a promise of $700 million to finance loss and damage. Honestly. And then after two months, one country commits 95 billion for war. Is climate change not a war that affects all of us? These are some of the questions that we must ask ourselves. So we must be serious in terms of capitalizing loss and damage facility to ensure that apart from the droplet, which is 700 billion that was promised, we need to have a little bit more of those particular resources, and we must also make sure that money is accessible. GCF even today is not accessible to some countries in Africa. Why do we put modalities that are so difficult for countries to even access? Why do we need to think about what they call bankable proposals for a community somewhere in Samburu in Kenya, which actually needs the resources, but probably they don't have the capacity to do what is referred to as bankable proposal? How do we address some of those particular issues? And the other agenda item which I think would also require a lot of your political support, is what we have been pushing for as special circumstances for Africa. We've been pushing for Africa to be recognized as a region with special needs and circumstances. Very, very important. Why? If you look at the convention, the UNFCCC convention, Article 4, it's clear. Africa is one of the regions that is actually impacted, by climate change. And therefore, we have been fighting for that position. But you know what? In all the COP negotiations, we have always been pushed to what we call informal consultations. The language of informal consultations. But this agenda has never made it to the official agenda of COP. Now, we are saying we require political support in terms of studying as one community and arguing that Africa must be considered as a region with special needs and circumstances. Now, before we go to COP, because COP is not an end in itself. In fact, COP is a process. There are several processes that have been happening in the continent, but I want to mention two. And one of them being what we concluded in 2 weeks, and that is Climate Change and Development for Africa Conference, which we organize under AU and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the Africa Development Bank and then PACJA representing the civil society actors. Now that normally is a signature, should I say, event that really, defines the direction we need to move. Even as AGN, the Africa Group of Negotiators continue with the negotiations, we normally provide, technical support through that particular event. Now, this year, that meeting happened in Abidjan, but it ran back to back with Africa Ministerial Conference on Environment. And therefore, this CCDA was able to influence AMCEN. And if you look at the decision for AMCEN on climate, it is basically reflecting what was discussed at the Climate Change and Environment for Africa Conference. And some of the issues that were noted by the ministers in that particular regard, and I want to mention this, is that we must safeguard our common Africa position. We have our Africa Group of Negotiators. We have our common position in Africa, but it's also good to acknowledge that we are also part of other negotiation groups. We are in the G77 in China. We are in the group of least developed countries. And some of the challenges we've been having is that our position is sometimes cannibalized. Our common Africa position is cannibalized, within the other negotiation groups. So that we have a common position, but when we retreat now into other negotiation groups, it becomes a challenge. And I want to mention this, and I did mention this on Monday, that when we went to Madrid for COP25, Africa vehemently fought for the special needs and circumstances, for Africa position. But then the LDC group, that time under the leadership of Bhutan, technically fought that common Africa position. But who are the majority within the LDCs? The African countries. So what you're saying is that, ladies and gentlemen, we must continue pushing, even our negotiators in our respective countries to actually stand by common Africa position. And even though we have the right to negotiate within the other blocks, but our position must not be compromised. It must never be sacrificed at the altar of selfishness. It must never be sacrificed at the altar of greed. We must really stand as one community, as one people, and that way we'll be able to move forward. So allow me to stop there, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time. The presentation will be available for sharing. But thank you so much, again, Your Excellency, for giving us this opportunity to speak to these esteemed, honorable speakers from our assemblies across Africa. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Very much, yeah. Come over here and face the speakers again. I have one request on climate change. One intervention, request to intervention, and this comes from His Excellency Benjamin Kalu, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and honorable colleagues. Let me also thank you, the presenter. It is obvious that across the length and breadth of our continent, the losses suffered from climate change is unquantifiable. But the loss of life is the one that is hard to bear. Whether it is in Nigeria, in Mali, in Niger, the Central African Republic, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Democratic Republic of Congo, in Togo, in South Sudan, in Chad, and Liberia. You see our brothers and our sisters weeping for the dead lost through the consequences of climate change. Currently, Nigeria is going through one of the worst times in our history. I was not supposed to be here, but because of the all-important nature of this gathering, I was sent to come and represent the speaker. For these ones we have lost through the consequences of climate change, I would like to request humbly that as leaders of this continent, that we spare 1 minute silence for the dead who died out of the consequences of climate change. Mr. President, if you may allow, that will give 1 minute silence to the dead one standing up.
Oh, accept it. Yeah, 1 minute.
May the soul of the departed rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Amen.
Mr. President, honorable colleagues, let me say that this presentation highlights in great extent, or to a great extent, what we are passing through in real terms as consequences of climate change. I remember in the time past when Vice President Al Gore started shouting about climate change, a lot of people didn't believe him. Some people argued that it was not real. But the chicken has gone home to roast. We are experiencing the impact of climate change all across the world, and Africa is not left out. In Nigeria recently, climate change induced flooding that affected Borno State, Yobe, and Adamawa State. Mr. President left with us an unprecedented humanitarian crisis that has dealt a heavy blow on our infrastructure and our economy. It will be very wrong for me to be here and not highlight what Nigeria is passing through at the moment. From August to September 2024, Mr. President, honorable colleagues, this torrential rainfall and the subsequent breach of major dams caused severe flooding across these states I just mentioned. And also in combination with runoff from the Cameroonian highland, it overwhelmed the local capacities, causing a widespread destruction in communities facing extreme social economic challenges. Mr. President, honorable colleagues, this particular flood has displaced over 1 million people in one state, and tens of thousands of families without shelter, without food, without clean water, and access to health care. Socio-economically speaking and infrastructure-wise, Mr. President, my people has lost, livelihood. There's a loss of livelihood. Agriculture being the backbone of those local communities has been decimated. Mr. President, thousands of hectares of farmland has been washed away, threatening food security and economic stability of many families. Mr. President, what the President said is true. One of the consequences of climate change is job losses. In addition to the agricultural losses, the destruction of infrastructure has crippled local businesses within this area. And the SME, like I've always said, is the major contributor to the reduction of unemployment queue in the continent. And there is infrastructure destruction. Key roads, bridges have been broken down by this. Impact on education is huge because most of the education facilities are being used now as IDP centers to house the displaced people. We have a major problem we are sitting with in Nigeria, and please bear with me to highlight it a little more. Mr. President, the estimated cost of the humanitarian response and infrastructure investment at in Nigeria now for this Borno State flood impact is affects shelter, affects food supply, it affects medical care, affects clean water, affects non-food items. And when we estimated it, we are seeing a little above $200 million is needed to be able to bring the place back to shape. Mr. President, the health consequences from cholera because of the flooding is also what is going to shock us in the coming days. And that is why we are coming here to let you know that there is a need for us as a continent to come together to have a deliberate, intentional approach to be able to go into mitigating, whether it is by mitigation or adaptation, for us to take it more seriously than we have done before now. And how do we go about it, like he has mentioned? I want to contribute that it is important that African Union have a set out methods that they put in place in taking care of these for the future. And this will lead me to these questions, Mr. President, to the presenter. How is the African Union working to ensure a coordinated continental response to climate change-induced crises, such as the recent flooding in Nigerian state? Are there specific intervention frameworks in place? Mr. President and Mr. Presenter, on mobilizing resources for climate adaptation, what mechanisms does the African Union have for mobilizing financial and technical resources for member states facing climate-related disasters like Nigeria? Are there any regional climate resilience funds, like we have peace funds, or partnership between, being activated to support affected regions like Nigeria at the moment? On AU disaster preparedness and risk management strategies, Mr. Presenter, I want to ask, what progress has been made in implementing the AU's disaster preparedness and risk management strategies? How can these be strengthened to address the increasing frequency of climate change-induced floods across the continent? Addressing climate-induced displacement, with over 1 million people displaced in Borno State alone, in my country, what specific action is the African Union taking to assist with internal displacement caused by climate change events? How can the AU ensure that the displaced population have access to food, have access to shelter, have access to healthcare, have access to education? Because if it is EU will have a provision for this. So this is me calling for help, giving visibility to what is happening in Nigeria, in Borno State. That is a disaster area at the moment. And we need all hands, both AU and other international organizations, to come on board to help Nigeria, because the problem will spill into other nations if it is not taken care of. Remember, COVID, we were told here by the health professional, is still hanging there. Mpox is still hanging there, monkeypox, and other diseases that might become an epidemic situation for Africa. It's a problem for Nigeria, but one problem for one country in Africa is a problem for the entire continent. Thank you very much for listening, and hoping that we'll have a response that will suit the needs of my people. Thank you.
Can we thank the presenter with one question? That is all. So we are done. Is that the end? His Excellency Advocate Mdenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. The contribution from Nigeria sort of gingered me to say something, although I didn't want to say something. I think one phenomenon that is emerging now in handling the question of climate change impacts is the application of artificial intelligence in terms of data analytics, as well as predictive measures using artificial intelligence in terms of climate patterns. That is the new emerging phenomenon which I think should work. On the question of decreasing greenhouse emissions, there is an emergence of scientific approach in terms of carbon sequestration, in which you harvest the greenhouse emissions and turn them to hydrogen, carbons, which can be sources of energy, as it has been tried in Dubai, for example, where hydrogen carbons are used to drive, the new electrical vehicles. I thought I should mention that so that it's not a question of a lost cause of climate change impact. And tertiary institutions, I think, are expected to play a greater role in terms of application of artificial intelligence within the context of innovation, science, and technology. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to thank also the presenter who was very passionate in his presentation. Thank you.
Is it okay? Yeah. Yes, it was simply a comment. But unless you want to respond. You want to respond?
Yeah, maybe. All right. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and thank you so much, honorable members, for those very, very great questions. You heard from Nigeria, of course, indicating that the losses, even quantifying the losses. But you also mentioned something that is very interesting that we have always, been putting through. That how can you, quantify human life? How can you quantify loss of cultural heritage when all these fronts come and they decimate, human lives and our cultural heritage? And therefore, it becomes very difficult for us actually to quantify the actual losses we do incur. But in terms of the material resources that we actually need in terms of building back our infrastructure and all that, they are in huge, huge numbers. That flood has only happened a few weeks in Nigeria. They're already talking about billions, in terms of losses. Malawi the same, and so on and so forth. And therefore, these are the pins. The more reason as why we need to speak even more in terms of how we need to capitalize that loss and damage particular fund. 700 million is not even enough for Nigeria alone to handle that one incidence. And therefore, we need to see a little bit more seriousness from the higher emitters in terms of contributing resources. Now, in terms of whether we are coordinated in terms of how our institutions within the AU, I cannot answer on behalf of the AU because I don't work for the AU. But because we are Pan-African institutions and of course we do work with them here and there, I want to say that within the AU, some of the recommendations that were actually made by the ministers during the Africa Ministerial Conference on Environment is how we need to coordinate, our Pan-African institutions. And our structures like AMCEN needs to work very, very closely, with the AU, for example. It needs to work very closely with the Africa group of negotiators. And that coordination is what we need to harmonize. But at the moment, in terms of negotiations, we have our Africa group of negotiators. However, while the EU negotiates as a bloc, ourselves, even though we negotiate as a bloc in Africa, but you see, we cannot, commit countries because AU is not at that particular level. AGN is not at that particular level. Can we be able to upgrade that in a way that we can negotiate like our partners in the AU, such that whatever the EU, agree on, it touches on every member of the EU. We need to strengthen that so that we're able to move a notch higher. Now, in terms of some of the strategies EU have, there is a strategy that we call Green Growth and Climate Change Strategy that was launched actually last year, but one in Sharm el-Sheikh. And that strategy defines, the direction, member states need to take in terms of dealing with climate change. However, in terms of resource mobilization, we must be very cautious in terms of which money is coming to Africa. At the moment, and allow me members to say this, I might be a little bit biased because I come from Pakistan, we have a position on this. Our countries are now moving and running very quickly to this new, which is not necessarily a very new phenomenon, that we call the carbon market. And we are committing acres, millions and millions of hectares for carbon markets. And without sometimes considering and looking through what accrues from our investments, we are selling our carbon at $5 to $10 US dollars per ton of carbon equivalent. And what is happening is that the resources that are coming to Africa is not commensurate to the investment. It is not commensurate to foregone opportunities. And therefore, that is another thing that we must actually think through, even as we do engage in this conversation, so that the money that we are mobilizing, we don't end up mobilizing resources that are actually giving us a loss instead of taking us to the direction we need to move. Finally, on artificial intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, we must look at all the processes that are happening in the global geopolitical alignment and realignment. After this, I'm heading straight to the airport for New York for the global, summit of the future. And there are 3 important documents that are being negotiated. One of them is the Pact of the Future. Number 2 is the Declaration for Future Generations. Number 3 is what the Honorable Member indicated. The issues of AI, artificial intelligence, and what we are calling the Global Digital Compact. So how are we organizing ourselves as Africa to be able to take advantage, especially of our, demographic dividend? We have majority of us being young people. Those young people, we can be able to equip them with AI, technologies for them to be able to even come up with climate models that can actually be able to support the continent going forward. The other one is on geoengineering. There are so many, should I call them diversionary technologies that are being brought, including what we are calling solar radiation modification and others. We are saying, have we exhausted the natural or the nature-based solutions for us to sequester carbon before we go to issues of carbon capture and investing so much money there, eventually, even affecting the way our global climate, systems function. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I submit.
Thank you. I think we can give the loudest applause and we release you. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, we have come to the end of today's program. As I mentioned, tomorrow we start at 9 with the first 2 short presentations. The 2 should end by 10, 10:15. Then we do the closing rituals of a communique and closing and the anthem of the AU. I definitely believe by 11, our conference will be finally closed. But 11 is subject to the time you arrive. So we are assuming we'll start at 9 and at 11. So if you eat too much into 9, into 10, you are pushing also the closing time towards 12. So I appeal to you as I thank all of you seated here, speakers, Senate President, deputies, presiding officers. I'm humbled by your presence up to this time. There are some empty chairs which were occupied today before lunch. I know 1 or 2, 3 have flown back. Some have not flown back. They are still in South Africa, even up to Sunday, but they are not here. But I want to respect that you are honest, people of high integrity, that you are seated here this time. And the people who elected you into positions, I think they really made good choices. And we are finishing early tomorrow so that you may also have even some other time to relax elsewhere. Please, let's meet at 9 so that we are done latest 11. Good night. That's a given. That's a given. 11. Let the second actual would have caused the freedom to this area. There's nothing to keep you up.